we're back this time, and hopefully without the stream crashing, literally an hour into starting it. I'm gonna redo, I'm not gonna publish what I did not, it was an hour. I literally got through, like, early theorizing, and through, what do you call it? I did some theorizing, and we almost got through the tea party for, finishing episode 2. So we're just gonna pretend that that stream didn't happen. We really didn't learn that much. I'm gonna go over my theory stuff. The good thing is it'll be much more succinct because I had already written everything down now this time around. And we never got to the question mark stuff, so we have to do that still too. And gonna try to get back onto like a regular timed sleeping schedule. The problem is right now, you guys don't see this because it is not listed anywhere on the stream, but it is currently 2 a.m. that this is starting. The reason why the title of the stream was birthday stream was that I had started streaming the midnight after birthday ended yesterday. My birthday was April 26th. It's now the 28th Canadian election, actually. Fun fact. So, we may have another late stream because I will be following that. But regardless, back on topic. I had it as a kind of birthday stream because of starting after my birthday. But yeah, I can't really say it ended up panning out that way. So let's get to it. Actually, very quickly before we start, I'm actually going to order contacts real quick. I had put them in a cart. I just hadn't put in my credit card to buy them. Or not my credit card, rather, my debit card. So 1 second, let me grab my wallet. I'm going to buy them very quickly. And that'll take like 5 minutes at most. And I'll talk about my theory and stuff while I do it. I won't show you my screen, of course. Alas. Bear back 1 sec. See, this time it actually was 1 sec. Because my wallet was on my bed. I knew where it was. So, let me go back to... Hopefully it's still in my cart. It is. Wonderful. Because there is like an Earth Day sale or something of some kind. I'm buying new contacts for my new... I shouldn't say new prescription. It's not actually that new. But... So, I just want to make sure, yep, prescription is correct. Wonderful. And I also mentioned in the last stream, which obviously was not live, I bought a pop filter. Currently, that is obviously not active. You will probably hear that with plosives. I noticed it when I was going through the VODs to put them up on YouTube, that the plosive rejection on this mic, I mean, I've known it for a while, the plosive rejection on this mic is pretty bad, but it's especially pronounced in this game, given that this game is quite literally just a, it's just reading, right? I don't know when the pop filter will get here, but hopefully it will fix the issue. But for the time being, obviously today, or rather yesterday now, was still Sunday, so alas. So again, let me put this in. For theorizing, all I did, I'll actually pop my notes up for you real quick, because you'll be able to see the notes, and I'll go over them while I buy this. Basically, I was trying to figure out if there was any consistency with the identities of the stakes and the victims who they were killing. So I went over the final screens in the prior episodes. And check real quick. My mom sent me like a promo code for this, I thought. Dude, is there a way you can search an iPhone? I feel like there used to be a way. Did she just send me the website or did she send me a code? I'm not gonna order these right now. I lied because I think my mom was mistaken on the price of everything. Let me see here. If this is a 90-day, and if I get rid of one of these, and I just buy one strength prescription, okay, this still works. Because it's a 90-day total, so it's 90 contacts. Or technically 45, but 90. I don't use them enough. I don't need to buy more than one. I would just rather buy at that interval. So let me go with this. Secure checkout. But I was just trying to see with the stakes and everything if it lined up with of course I have to put in fucking info. Beautiful. Sure, proceed to payment. Credit card. Wait, it just had it there. That one. Is it ordered? Let's see if it goes through. And it did. Apologies. Okay, so let's get back to the game now. So what I was trying to do, and let me open up the game here while we're at it. I was trying to see if there was any connection with the main thing here. You'll see it in the notes that we noticed that this was all new stuff technically from yesterday, but it's in the same section. So I should actually, I'll do this and I'll count this as today's. Let me. That across both of them, they're the only two, Kumasawa and Nanjo that is, they're the only two that are the consistent victims. And they're also killed by the same stake in both. So Kumasawa was killed by Leviathan, and Nanjo was killed by Belphegor in both. Currently, we know only 2 identities of witches, or of the witches' stakes, rather. And it seems like they can't be used again, even if they're used to kill people that are not part of the 5 ritual sacrifices, if that makes sense. Because when Cannon got killed at the start with Jessica as a part of the lovers, in the first chapter, Cannon was killed as a part of the ritual killings with gouging the chest, and it was the same stake, which was how we were able to identify what was what. But that was a part of the ritual killing in the first one, and it wasn't for the other. And we know that how the stakes work, that they're based around who committed, if you committed that sin. The other big thing that we found out, which I did not write somewhere here because I did it while scrolling through the notes, and I won't waste too much time on it, but we found out that if you go through these, right, and if you were to reference it back to the final chapter, chapter's over, this is the result of the game, I had thought that Ava had committed the sin of envy, but it was not actually. It was lust, as I recall. It was Asmodeus that was the stake that killed her in that chapter. So these are the only 2 that we have a definitive identity for. I'm sure that I could probably build a logic table of some kind, excuse me. And I could probably math out or maybe not, I wouldn't be able to get for all the identities, but I could probably process of elimination, get down the identities of the stakes to being oh, this has to be this sin or this sin. But I would much rather just progress through the game, and the game will tell us eventually. As far as the tea party went through, I got through the whole thing. We will read it. I didn't, again, like I said, I didn't do the question mark, because I never got to it. But before my stream crashed. But the question mark, or the tea party for episode 2 was pretty straightforward. It was just Rosa and Battler. The biggest thing was that for Rosa, it was kind of going into why Rosa is the way she is, which I guess I can put this here right now, is that Rosa is the way she is due to a large disdain for all of her siblings, for treating her badly as she was growing up. Rosa also has some disdain, whether she admits it or not, towards Maria. So again, like I said, I will read through it again just for the sake of completeness, but the biggest thing at the end was that we found out that Battler did not fully resign himself at the end of chapter 2, even though he apparently got turned into furniture. And again, another very interesting thing with that is, I'm going to put this here as well, is like, how does one get classified as furniture? Something we don't really know yet right now. Battler gets designated as furniture after submitting to Beatrice at the end of episode 2. However, that doesn't seem to hold, as he reneges on this in Tea Party 2. What is it that makes the servants at or the Ushiramiya, and the other one, what was it called? It was like the something house. Your house. The problem is there's probably a lot of things here. Guest house. I know I wrote down the name of it at some point. I think we've looped at this point. That does nothing for me. Okay, I don't want to waste too much time on that, but these are the big things that we learned. Is we knew that Ava was killed by lust in the first chapter. We said that once the stakes are used, they don't seem to be able to be used again. The stakes may also only be able to hit certain locations. What I meant by this is that when we looked at Satan and Beelzebub, they always were hitting somebody in the chest. It was never that they hit somewhere else. So that was something. Again, also, I'm going to say this. I said this in the last stream as well. I feel like my voice sounds very odd, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just like sinuses in my head makes my voice sound different to me or something. Because I looked back at the VOD, the unpublished VOD that is, and it didn't sound that bad, but my voice sounds a little bit weird to me, so again, I apologize if it is different than prior. But we know that the stakes can only be used on a target once they've committed the sin that stake represents. And then again, this was for the Tea Party stuff, so we'll get into this more as we go on. Like I said, I won't belabor the point too much, and then we'll start episode 3 after we do the question mark. And that's all. I also had to reinstall the game. I won't get into the whole things about that, but I had like 2 days ago. I wanted to see what the difference was in the Witch Hunt translation to the version that I played. Oh, that was actually one other thing I just reminded myself. Oops, I'm also not. One thing that is of importance here is this way to see that Tea Party is not listed as new. Why is it so choppy? It's like the frame rate on it was... Did it always look like that? Sorry, I'm looking at the VOD now. That looks very wrong. Sorry, I'm gonna mute the game audio for you for a second while I look at this, so you don't have to hear it, because it might load into the Okay, well the animation is fine. Did it always look like that? Am I just like totally making this up? I'm gonna check the other VOD real quick. Then we'll continue. I just want to see. There's one other thing that I want to bring up, which we will get to here. Where was it where I loaded into it? Right here. Sorry, you can't see this right now. Wait, why did it skip the part that I literally clicked to? Sorry. I know this is very odd starting to this. I'm just trying to... Did I not show it on screen? I might not have shown it on screen. Okay, look, who cares? It's not that bad. The animation itself was fine. Looks like everything is fine. I won't worry about it too much. The other thing that I brought up I will bring the audio back in a second. Right now it's just a clock ticking, so you're not missing out on anything. There's one thing in particular that I did note as well. I'll save a lot of the big theory stuff until after we're done the question mark in this, because we might get more info. But I remember I had brought up, because one of the scenes that I compared with the witch hunt, again, sorry, let me, back to the start. I had to reinstall the game because when I switched to the witch hunt translation and tried to compare some scenes and then switch back, I noticed that the game, it kept doing like a file validating step every time I booted it up. And I didn't know why I was doing it, so I just opted to reinstall the whole thing, and it went away. I didn't lose any progress. As you can see, even when I right-click and stuff, it still has total playtime, everything wonderful. With the exception of the first chapter, because I don't remember why. Oh, because it didn't save properly. It kept crashing. Okay, so also that is another thing very quickly. I believe I also set it to, yes, okay, I did set it put to angle 3. Okay, the other thing, the one scene that I compared with, there was 2 scenes I did. One was where my save point is, which is like Jessica and Cannon. You'll be able to see here. I checked this save, I went to that. And to get to it on the witch hunt thing, I had to like control and like fast forward through everything. And what I noticed, I mentioned this at some point, I won't pull up the notes for this, but if you've seen the other VODs, you'll have to take my word for it. Or you can go look at the note doc that's attached to all of these. Then I mentioned at the start of the game that it was very odd that Jessica picked out that the gold ingots were going to be in 10 kilogram denominations when she used it as an example when we first were exposed to the witch's epitaph. I thought it was like a very odd thing that she would somehow know the denominations that the gold bars were going to be kept in unless she had some knowledge of this prior, right? So that was number one. That was just a little bit funky. The other thing that I meant to note, which I actually will show the notes for, is I mentioned how when the first killings in chapter 2 happened, right here, all the notes of the bodies, they were, for the first 6 people chosen by the key, they read a message when you read them sequentially from like the oldest sibling to the youngest siblings and their partners. So it was like, welcome Maria, happy Halloween. See, didn't I tell you? Bellies are full of candy. Everyone has a belly that's filled with sweet dreams. A belly could never be full of disgusting things. That's why we want to be simple and sweet like candy. So this dreamland is for you. Happy Halloween. So that was something that I noticed, and I didn't notice this until I went back. But I mentioned here that there was 3 gold bars that were presented for some reason. And what I noticed when I was comparing the translations, sort of kind of serendipitous that it happened this way, is that, and I don't know why, and I don't know if it's intentional, I am leaning towards it is intentional because of how this game is, that I said it was weird that Jessica picked out that the 10 kilogram bars, that was the denomination of them. I thought that was pretty odd. And the other thing that they do in that scene is they start talking about like, oh my god, like what happens if we had Maria's weight in gold? And, oh yeah, this is literally what I said here. It's interesting that Jessica knew the denomination that they would be stored in. But the other thing that is really interesting in that scene, that exact same scene, where she picks that out in episode 1, is they start talking about how much Maria would weigh in gold. And I thought it was very interesting. And again, could it be a coincidence? Yes. I wager on the side that it's not, although I don't necessarily know what the coincidence means. That for some reason, they talk about how much Maria would weigh in gold. Maria mentions that she weighs 3 kilograms, or 30 kilograms rather, or it's like 29 point something, but they're like, okay, so 30 kilograms basically. And then for some reason in this chapter, we get shown 3 bars, so 30 kilograms worth of gold, and then a note with all the dead victims where the 3 bars are placed directed to her. Like I said, I don't know the significance of it, but what I will say is I don't think it's simply a coincidence. Now, I'm going to read through the tea party. I'll unmute the game audio. Like I said, I've already read this prior to the stream crashing last night. Or this morning, rather. Actually, no. Yesterday morning. But we're going to read this anyways, and then once we hit the question mark, if there is one for this episode, which I imagine there will be, that will be all new to me. Wonderful. Let's continue. I'm just going to read this no pausing, because we already know what happens here. Rosa woke up from her doze. It must have been a very deep sleep. Her mind was fuzzy and she wasn't thinking clearly. Where was she? It felt like some mansion, but at least it didn't seem to be the Ushirimiya family mansion. She was in a room that looked like a parlor, and there was some tea that had been prepared. Read that weird. It had almost certainly been prepared for her. Okay, why did the audio unmute? Oh, I'm trolling, sorry. Okay, the audio's back now. Sparkles like gold leaf were dancing around the room, and it looked very dreamlike. She eventually realized that they were gold butterflies, which made that stand out even more. There was someone across from her. Female, a lady, the witch of the portrait. She looked like she was having a one-sided conversation. She was probably talking to Rosa, but Rosa's mind was clouded up by a deep fog, and she didn't have a clue what was being said. I did lie. There is one thing I also wanted to mention here about this, is that we kind of started to get the belief that Beatrice was purposefully torturing Rosa, because at the end of the last episode, Rosa didn't accept the witch. So this was another thing that I had talked about, albeit briefly, which we don't have much of a link in my mind. But Beatrice is very convinced, like I said prior, about trying to make sure that everybody accepts her as being a real witch and accepting her power. And it seems she is doing this by locking everybody in a time loop and completing the game in different ways, and then forcing the people who reject her to have to accept that she is real. That is kind of my understanding of what's going on right now. And in particular, at the end of the last chapter, we know that Rosa was trying to run away from the demon, the goat dudes, and whatever with Maria. And Maria was still with Rosa despite actually believing and accepting. So I think that the reason why Rosa appears in this chapter is because she's being punished by Beatrice to try and accept her, which does happen towards the end of this. That's all I wanted to say. Now we will continue. She was probably talking to Rosa, but Rosa's mind was clouded up by a deep fog, and she didn't have a clue what was being said. It can be anything. If there is anything you desire, I will give you it all. You may think of it as a reward for your good luck, or as a proper trade for my demands. To you it may not be that great a thing at all, but that is how significant this transaction is to me. What is she talking about? I don't know. Only considering that I am a witch, I think it would be wise to ask for something that only a witch can grant. Isn't this a rare chance? You can actually receive a favor from me, Beatrice the Golden. Finally, Rosa started to feel the blood flowing through her body. Her movements were still sluggish, and she couldn't even voice the words she was thinking. I am commonly called the Golden Witch. Bestowing a mountain of gold like I gave to Kinzo is no problem for me. After all, every pleasure of the human world can be expressed in terms of cash. I also paused here. Maybe I will overlay like what I said the last time, like right now. But I basically was sitting here saying like, oh, I don't know, there's certain things that you can't buy with gold, and not everything can be bought with, and it's funny because like right after she basically says the same thing. Put another way, gold is human pleasure itself. Can you imagine? A mountain of gold that you couldn't use up as long as you lived. The witch blew on her pipe and 7 colors of smoke covered the area. Interesting again, 7 colors of smoke, 7 deadly sins. You know. There was also no way, I believe, from when I was looking over the deaths at the end of the last chapter, that we could infer the identities of any of the other stakes. Because really all we're going off of the identities of the stakes is what the 2 stakes who were personified said. So, the only thing I think that was consistent was, oh no, never mind. I'm trying to remember what it was that Genji got killed by in the first chapter. I might go back and look at it, but I don't think I will, regardless. When she did, the inside of the parlor had suddenly become filled with stacks of gold ingots. It looked like a shining gold-colored wall. If each ingot was worth tens of millions of yen, how much would all of this be worth? It seems sinful to even think of that number. I really like this track, by the way, that's playing right now. However, the human world is difficult. I know that there are some things that can't be satisfied no matter how high into the sky you pile up gold. I know that there are cracks that can't be filled. I won't make light of that, and in fact, I believe that is why this is a gift that only a witch such as I can give. Why don't I fill those cracks in for you? Yeah, how about this? It's something that only I can give. You should be very happy. You don't have to say it out loud. I can understand it right away. The cracks in your heart are written on your face. Rosa felt a touch of discomfort at this witch, who kept on talking even though she herself hadn't uttered a single word. But since she still couldn't speak well, and found it difficult even to move a finger, she could do nothing about it, and was unable to do anything but listen. How far back must I trace the deep wounds in your heart in order to heal them? This is deep. Deep. Sometimes wounds close up while a fragment of something is still inside. Even when those wounds appear to have healed, they will continue to throb for all eternity. I was talking about this, how it seemed like she was saying to Rosa that Rosa has some kind of trauma that is associated. And she does eventually go into that. Sometimes you have to open the wound once to completely heal it. As the witch spoke, she was staring deep into Rosa's eyes. What in the world was she peering at? Rosa felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't look away. So this pain of yours was preordained from your very birth. How heartbreaking. You didn't have to say it. I understand. Or I don't have to say it. I understand. Gradually, Rosa, in turn, was drawn into the witch's eyes. Gradually the world grew dark, spinning round and round as she was sucked in. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Krause's voice. Krause is very grown up, so he's very smart. So he hated this stupid kid, Rosa. The big thing that we learned as well from this is that Rosa has, I don't want to say sort of an inferiority complex, but that she kind of got the bad end of all of her siblings because of the fact that, she was such a very big age gap. All of them had this level of knowledge above her, of experience above her, and they kind of used her either as a punching bag or as, I don't want to say like they talk about how Ava, they'll describe it. Basically, she got used by all her siblings, and all their anger and frustrations were taken out on her, or she was just deployed in some way that would try to be beneficial for them. And so, just didn't go very well. He would say it was a punishment because I did something bad, but I didn't really understand what that was, or why I was being punished. I was always punished suddenly, and then after the fact I was told in a contrived manner that it was a punishment for something or other, but it was always something I didn't remember doing. So I really hated Krause. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Ava's voice. Ava's very grown up, so she's very smart. She hated the stupid kid, Rosa. And she was a very sly person, and I was often lied to, tricked, and bullied a lot. She would say it was because I was stupid, and that it was only natural for stupid people to be swindled by those smarter than them. So I wanted to become a wise person like Ava, and listen to what she said, but when I obeyed her, for some reason, someone always got really mad at me. So I really hated Ava. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Rudolph's voice. Rudolph is very shrewd, but he hated the stupid kid, Rosa. When Krause was around, he was friendly with Krause. When Ava was around, he was friendly with Ava. And when Krause wasn't around, he was violent like Krause. And when Ava wasn't around, he played dirty like Ava. And even though he too was bullied most of the time, when Krause and Ava weren't around, he gave me 2 people's worth of bullying. So I really hated Rudolph. Oh, but these are my memories from when I was a kid. Quite a lot of unfair things happen when you're a kid, and you can't drag them out forever. In time, you bury them away in the far reaches of memory and forget them bit by bit. That's supposed to be what it means to grow up and become an adult. So becoming an adult is the same thing as separating yourself from all of those memories. And so, no matter how much time passed, Rosa couldn't become an adult. Even though she'd been blessed with a daughter called Maria and was called a mother, she didn't feel at all like she'd become an adult. The witch pitied that, and she smiled, saying that she could heal the pain herself. How to heal you? It's possible, but not easy. I could even rewind time and give you a world where you had no elder siblings. But that way, your memories of being hurt by your elder siblings wouldn't remain, and therefore you would be unable to acknowledge it as a reward. It is the reliving of hunger that brings satisfaction. Or relieving, sorry. If you erase hunger itself, no one will thank you. Just like how there are no young people who give thanks for their daily gluttony. Understand? I think she just told me something really difficult. In short, even if she makes it so that I never had elder siblings, the pain wouldn't be removed. Maybe that's what she was saying. Strictly speaking, it's different. Healing isn't the same as removing pain. It's the pleasure earned from withstanding pain. I believe when I said this, I said something like, it's that you get from enduring and overcoming pain, but therefore there can be no healing without pain. To know the joy of healing, you have to know the pain. In that case, you will require joy that compensates for your pain. You can feel proud of the past you have suffered, because you are qualified to know a kind of pleasure that those who have not known suffering cannot taste. Those that have known this pleasure cannot help but give the same joy to others. The witch snapped her fingers, and even though the room was filled with a mountain of gold and was already like something from another world, a fabulous tablecloth appeared on top of the table, and wonderful cooking was laid out, almost as though it was the opening of a banquet in a castle from some fairy tale. For an instant, Rosa felt a pleasurable surprise at how fabulous it was, but at the same time, she felt a bit of an anticlimax. Because she found herself thinking about, that being bullied by her siblings couldn't be wiped away by just one meal, no matter how delicious. Food contains many of the human pleasures. You must eat like a pig as long as you live. If one meal isn't enough, then as many as you want. Let us continue this gourmet banquet until the pain of your heart is healed. Begin, furniture. As the witch clapped twice, there were suddenly goat-headed servants there, and they began to prepare the meal. From the beautiful food dishes adorning the plate, they efficiently took some food and began to pile it up on Rosa's plate. It really did look delicious, but Rosa's body still felt heavy as lead, and there was no way she could eat. Maybe they also understood that. The goat-head servants tied a napkin around Rosa's collar and gallantly brought a glass of before-dinner alcohol to her mouth and even tilted it for her. She remembered an old servant who had once carried rice porridge to her mouth when she was laid up with a high fever. She couldn't drink it well, and it dripped down from her mouth, but she felt the fragrant sweetness spread throughout her mouth. It's a sweet aperitif of noble wrought German-made wine. A wine cocktail of white wine tinged with crimson golden drops. If I had to give it a name, I'd call it a Bloody Kraus. The color comes solely from golden drops of your brother's blood, obtained by placing him in a compressor. Rosa coughed violently, and the bright red that stained her face made it look as though she had coughed up blood. You know a lot about black tea, so you should know what it means, right? Golden drop refers to the last drop, called the most precious drop in black tea. So a golden drop of blood is the same, the last and most precious drop of blood squeezed out of a human. It's squeezed with that. As the witch snapped her fingers, a bright red veil was pulled off something large which had not been there moments ago. The solemn and massive machine was just like a coffin for a large-sized person, with many large bulb-like things stuck to it, and it looked like a sinister torture device. By its unnerving shape, you could tell that it used manpower to tighten and compress something, and it seemed that there were still some squeezed dregs remaining inside, because of the bright red remains that stained it. But you can't take more than one golden drop at once. No matter what kind of human you take it from, you can't get more than one drop. But I'm a witch. It is also easy to revive a person. When the witch snapped her fingers, suddenly the human compressor began to shake. No, you could also hear it groan. It looked almost as though someone had been sleeping in that man-sized coffin, had woken up, and was now struggling to get out. But that was wrong. What was inside had definitely been squeezed dregs. Using her magic, the witch had once again revived the squeezed dregs to how they had been before they were squeezed. The goat-head servants with muscular physiques approached the compressor and forcefully started tightening the large bulbs. As they did, an unearthly moan came from inside the coffin. Rosa thought she knew the owner of that voice. It is fitting for cooking to be done in the kitchen. That is enough. Stand back. Do you understand now how precious a golden drop is? To have it stained this crimson requires that several dozen people's worth be squeezed. The witch had definitely said that only one golden drop could be taken from a single human, and yet she had dozens of people's worth of golden drops from a single human. Only a witch could do this. The Golden Witch Beatrice could kill a single human endlessly. In other words, before Beatrice, even death did not mean release. Want a second sip? Have you forgotten the day this man hit you and you swallowed the blood that ran into your mouth? That's right. Remember that taste. Remember the taste of the tears that you spilled until you were dry. I believe this aperitif will be sufficient to heal that regrettable memory. Once again, the goat-headed servants tilted the deep red glass against her mouth. Rosa attempted to close her lips in resistance, but the deep red liquid was relentlessly poured into her mouth, which was hanging open with shock. And the inside of her mouth was filled with a ghastly sweetness. It was definitely a fragrant sweetness. Her brother, who she had thought of so hatefully, and who had made her soak her pillows so many times, had died dozens of times over to tinge this wine crimson, so it must have tasted sweet. But Rosa tried to spit it out. Because of that, the deep red wine that spilled out of Rosa's mouth made her look as if she was covered in blood. If this ghastly substance was only the aperitif, Rosa couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about what would happen if this banquet continued. That is a fork-tongue salad made from vegetables in season. On your 9th birthday, you wish you could bite it off someday. So here is that salad you desired, made from Ava's tongue. When Rosa heard the true nature of the pink-colored meat piled up in the salad, she had a sudden impulse to vomit her guts out. Furthermore, the goat servant stuck a fork in it and carried it to Rosa's mouth. How does your sister's forked tongue taste? It must be quite soft and enchanting, right? How sweet, soft, and enchanting it must have tasted in her mouth. After all, Ava's lies were always sweet, and young Rosa had always listened to them. So you could say that the taste of the stimulating pepper seasoning that had been added expressed the details of those lies well. Rosa spat out the tongue salad that kept being pushed into her mouth, covering it with saliva. But the goat-head servants carefully returned it to the plate and carried it to Rosa's mouth over and over again. It goes without saying, but I made this salad generously using 5 of Ava's tongues. You can't steal more than 1 tongue out of 1 person, but I can steal it over and over. As Rosa's tears dripped down, she resisted, half-crazed. However, the only way she could resist was by refusing to swallow. Even if she didn't swallow it, the taste of the French dressing increasingly violated Rosa's mouth. Is it not to your satisfaction? There's still much more food. Sea bass pie wrapped in the skin of Rudolph's face, soup with boiled brains, liver pate, and look forward to dessert. It's not just your siblings, see? I have lavishly arranged all of those who you have trusted and yet betrayed you. Why don't we continue this banquet for all eternity until your heart is satisfied? For all eternity. You're happy, right, Ushirimiya Rosa? Don't pretend that you hate it. I know that you're really happy, alright? If you want to laugh, then laugh. If you won't feel better until you've heard a live performance of your annoying elder sibling's screams, then I'll let you hear them as often as you want. It's alright that you are so unwilling. That's your personality, isn't it? You're actually so happy that your skin is crawling all over. And yet on the outside, you're just pretending to act. Like you're in pain, aren't you? It's alright. There's no need to worry about honor, or your public image, or anything here. So laugh as much as you want, and chew it to bits. Isn't this the best banquet, Ushirimiya Rosa? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Please, stop. Oh, I'm sorry. I was keeping the dessert a secret to surprise you, but let me reveal it anyways. If I reveal it, maybe that will be enough incentive for you to eat up the full course. The dessert is that beloved daughter that you had to keep pretending to love. Oven-baked Maria and apples. Doesn't that sound yummy? If you eat this, you will be released from everything. Freedom, you see. Freedom. Finally, Rosa will gain freedom as an individual person. Aren't you happy? Of course you are. Drool is hanging from your mouth. Just try looking in a mirror. Oh, yeah. Hey man, she's having a good time right now. Beatrice, that is. Suddenly, a muscular go-ahead cook was holding Maria under his arm, and Maria gazed at Rosa with a face that was just slightly sad. Mama, was I a burden? You aren't a burden. As Rosa spat out the food that was continually being carried to her mouth, as she was covered with mess and saliva and blood, she resisted filthily and screamed. If you think I'm a burden, Mama, I'm fine being eaten. After all, I always do horrible things to you, Mama. Even when you brought a man over, I couldn't stay quiet. Excuse me. When you stayed over with the man, I got lonely and unruly and made a mess of my room. When I went to search by myself, I got lost. The police had to pick me up and I brought shame on you, Mama. When you didn't come home for days, I cried and had to be cheered up by the neighbors and brought shame on you again, Mama. Because I'm like this, I caused trouble for you, Mama. I'm sorry for being born. So I'll become delicious oven-baked apples for you, Mama. And then maybe I can make you happy I exist for the first time. Maybe if you eat me and you think I'm delicious. Which you will be, right? Be choked up with tears of gratitude. Your daughter is saying this much for you, see? Oven-baked apples and your beloved daughter make for the best dessert. You've managed to raise such delicious ingredients. Aren't you the best mother, Ushirimiya Rosa? I imagine that whenever it's like the repeated letters, there's like an insane like rising inflection as she like screams like crazy. Mama, thanks for everything. Bye-bye. Wait, Maria, that's wrong. Stop it already. Stop it already. No, Darth Vader, no. I didn't want something like this. Please stop. Please let me go. No. Stop it already. Don't put it in my mouth. Ugh. Have you found my hospitality to your satisfaction? Then I'll have you accept it. That I am a witch. Proclaim it. Proclaim that Ushirimiya Rosa accepts that Beatrice is a witch. I accept it. Ushirimiya Rosa accepts that Beatrice is a witch. So give Maria back. Release me! I finally made you accept it. That smart alecky battler has already submitted, and now I've made even Rosa accept it. The fool who denied me after being invited to the Golden Land. Perfect. It's perfect. 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 I've accomplished my perfect victory. Now take Maria away. Prepare a delicious oven roast for Rosa. No, Maria! Looks delicious. This was the part where I was like, damn, bro, Battler, he like kind of pulled up with a little bit of like misogyny, dashed in for Beatrice. Slice up your cow tits and make me a sandwich. Should've said a milkshake, bro. That didn't even make sense. Come on. What? That voice. An arm grabbed the back of the witch's head and smashed her face into the table. As it did, the witch broke to pieces, turned into a group of gold butterflies, and reformed into her body a short distance away. But Battler? You cursed man. I thought you became furniture, that you submitted down to your very soul. I thought I did too. While I was listening to your gross recipes, I started to get a little hungry. Now I feel like eating a whole roast witch. And Maria, it's 10 years... Okay, this was the part where I was like, come on, man. Like, you really have to say this? It's 10 years too early for you to talk about having someone eat you. Not reading this part. Okay. But Battler... Sorry to keep you waiting, Auntie Rosa. I had forgotten. This was a one-on-one fight between me and this woman. I was never supposed to give in. Thanks to your persistence, I've regained my will to fight. This man, he was broken to the depths of his soul and capitulated to me. See, he doesn't know when to give up, which is what I'd expect from Ushirimiya Kinzo's grandson. So the chick of a phoenix is a phoenix after all. How vigorous. I like it. I wouldn't have it any other way. That is exactly what I expect from you, Ushirimiya Battler. Try to deny me. I'll completely and thoroughly smash you to bits. I will break you over and over again, and I'll teach you, one who has licked my shoes, the taste of defeat over and over. No problem. I'll teach you that I, Ushirimiya Battler, as a man who will stand back up even after crawling in the mud, is a man, or am a man, rather. I've never had the experience of being invincible in a fight. I've lost many times, but I always crawl through the mud and stand up again, and I always finish what I started. In a man's fight, you don't lose until you accept defeat, no matter how much you get beat up. Don't think I'm out just because you took a shot at me. Entertain me, Beatrice. See? I'll accept your challenge, Ushirimiya Battler. Furniture, begin preparations for the next game. And while we're waiting, I have much I want to hear from you. There were many locked rooms in this game. Using red, I've smashed to bits most of the methods by which you tried to talk yourself out. What other evasive quibbles will you show me now? The lock to the chapel, the lock to Jessica's room, the lock to the servant room, the lock to Natsui's room, the lock to the parlor. Use all of those things you humans are so good at pulling out of the blue. Your delusions, rantings, daydreams, bluffs, all slanted with ridiculous, incredible turns of events, and show how you can thoroughly deny me. It's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. Objection! Overruled! Okay, so this is up to the point that I've seen. Now, what I'm gonna say very quickly is while talking about, I have a little bit of a theory, which I went over in the last episode. I'll hold it until, I skip this? I can't. Okay. I'll wait till it's over, because I always feel like there's like a small chance that there's just I don't know. I didn't realize I had lyrics at the bottom. But I'll go over the theory here in a second. I just don't really feel the need to I always just feel like there might be like some small chance that they're gonna like cuck me and like provide more info. Okay, can we like... We can't, we gotta wait. My enter bar, or my enter key, it kind of sounds like Mr. Krabs walking, listen. Interesting. But the big thing that I mean, we'll open this up now, I guess, because there's no point not to while this goes in the background. What I was trying to say earlier is that there was... Up here. This is at the start of the chapter, right? So there's two things I was still really confused about. One, we still have never got an answer to, we still never got an answer to what Rose's letter read in the last chapter. So I did go back and look at the VOD. There absolutely was more than one letter, okay? And there was no letter for Rose's as far as I'm aware that we read. We read Maria's, we had no idea what Rose's was, so unless there was some communication at some point that I did not understand, we did not see that letter. So, big sus on what that letter said, still interested in that. But look at this. Maria said that witches around this time held a coven called Sabbat when they gave up blessings to those who supported them, and if you notice, that one of the big things they've talked about so far, because, God, I don't know how to word this in a succinct way. I'm gonna go down to the bottom. I know exactly what I'm going to say. So let's just... And then we'll go here. We'll do this. I have the end episode theory. I just don't want to like sit here and... I don't know. It's gonna take forever to go through, so... Like this. Okay, I actually don't know why I can't skip this. This is kind of... I realized I muted myself by accident there. Like, I just want to skip this. I don't understand why I can't. Pressing like every key there would be to press, and I can't. So unfortunately, we will wait. Oh, please, hurry up. Why can I not skip this? I'm sorry, I appreciate this, but this is like, we watched this at the end of the thing. Because I'm afraid that if I skip this, all of a sudden, I'm not going to be... I don't know. I'm muting this. I'm not muting it, I lied. Okay, everyone, we're just gonna sit here and we're gonna wait in silence, I suppose, while we wait for this. I actually don't get it, man. Why is it showing this whole thing unskippable? Okay, we're... Oh, dude, I wanna... I'm gonna wait till this is done, but we're testing something after this, okay? Actually, I can't test it after this. I'm testing it right now, I'm sorry. We're gonna run the risk that we have to watch that again. I'm closing it and I'm reopening it and I wanna see. Cause I'm sorry, I'm not watching that shit. See, there is nothing though. You actually have to sit through it. That's so fucking crazy. You actually have to sit through it. That is so crazy! Why do you have to sit through that? Okay, look, I'm going to fast forward this and we're gonna go get a drink or something, and while we wait for this to play, and I will mute, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand why this is an unskippable credit scene for a tea party scene, which is not the end of the game. I don't particularly get it. Hilarious, woohoo, Yep. Yeah, you can't. You literally can't. There is no... Okay, be right back, guys. I'm gonna put a thing literally here for anybody. Okay. I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. I don't know. I don't know why this is unskippable. Skip ahead however long. I don't know. If I care enough, I will download this VOD and I will fast forward this whole section or cut this out. I don't know. I don't understand why this is unskippable, but I'll stop bitching about it. Be right back. Okay, I think we're done fucking finally. Jesus. I was putting contacts in while I was waiting, man. Still gotta put the other one in because I went to get a drink, I went pee. Did a lot of shit while we were waiting there, man. Don't particularly understand why the fuck that was unskippable. Again, very odd that that was unskippable. But it was. God, these contacts fucking suck. What about new ones? I think they'll be here in like a day or two. Okay. So let's go to question mark episode 2. I'm gonna put this other contact in, and you guys are all gonna laugh at how long it takes me to put my contacts in on this eye, because for some reason I always fail on this eye in particular. And I'm putting my contacts in because my glasses give me a headache when I wear headphones. So you're gonna listen to this nice organ music, like we're playing Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. You can't tell me this couldn't be a Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 track. You can't. You know I'm right, it's okay. I know it's I know guys, it's tough. It's tough always being around someone who's right all the time. But alright, maybe you learned something, okay? You learned that I played a lot of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and I love the soundtrack. Haters, I'm here to inform you, I think I got a contact in on the very first go. Holy fuck, that's like a new world record. I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick, I'm gonna look in the mirror, make sure I did, but I think I did. I'll be like 30 seconds. Oh, baby. Oh, is it a bad day to be a hater? Is it a bad day to be a hater? Remember how I was talking about just being good at everything? That's another thing I'm really good at. Getting the contact in on my offside eye every single time. Let's go. Well then. Did you enjoy it? Our game just now. Hey, it's Miss Burncastle. Or Miss Burncastle. A game that one-sided goes beyond captivating and becomes boring. My, a harsh critic as always. Sorry, I'm moving my mic a little bit here. And I was so certain that even Lady Burncastle, who has no love for boredom, would surely be satisfied by this compelling development. How remorseless. Well, I'll accept that it was compelling, however it was horrible as a fair game. You need the conditions to be a little more even, or... Am I about to be told there's no way to win? By Lady Burncastle? I wonder what you mean by that, Beato. Beatriz. There's no need to play ignorant. I already know that you aren't a bystander. Okay, she's calling her ass out, she knows. You thought you were hiding it? How insolent to travel all that way and come into territory that isn't yours just to bet against me. You came here planning to watch my game from the sidelines while having a large stake placed in my defeat. I've guessed right, haven't I? And if so? Truly interesting. That I should be granted a chance to fight against Lady Burncastle, the strongest of witches who defeated Lady Lambda Delta. Lambda Delta? I don't know if you would say Lambda Delta. Yeah, Lambda Delta is truly a pleasure. Yes, it is pleasing me too. After all, I came all this way just because I wanted to see you brimming with that confidence only to fall apart and lose. What an honest person. Well, she's a witch, not a person, right? Incidentally, if the contest between me and the great Lady Burncastle were not to have at least one observer, what a tremendous shame that would be. You called her, didn't you? That child. I don't think my contacts are laying flat, so haters, you might be winning a little bit on this one. Oh my god, who are you? And why do you kind of look like Satoko, but not really? Why is everyone a child, too? Ho 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 ho, except for Beatrice. I found you finally, Burncastle. 1 second, I want to check. I know that, I memed about this, but I don't know how you say her voice. And I know I checked the last time, but she's only shown up like twice, man, so I don't remember how you say it. Config. We'll turn the voice volume to max, and let's hear. Castle. She does pronounce the T in her name. So fuck you guys. How are you, Lambda? Looks like you also have time to kill. I wonder if it's fate that we who share no love for boredom should run into each other again. Such a dumb kid. I mean, you look like a kid too. Why can't you realize that the only reason you won against me was because of a little luck and a not so great matchup? That made you so snobby, and now you're even picking a fight with Beatrice. Shouldn't you learn your place? Beatrice is strong, you know, and she's more brutal than I am. Just a teensy bit. Oh, and also, don't just shorten someone's name to Lambda. You're a fool too, Beato. This kid won't make exceptions for your game. She'll turn everything into a preposterous farce. I didn't bring Lady Lambda Delta here solely to watch from the sidelines. After I informed her that you were betting against me, she said that she would bet against you. You're still holding a grudge, aren't you? Ho 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 ho, because I'm the strongest witch in the universe, but I lost to you, so I'm not the strongest. So I'm taking the side of anyone who's against you. Cackle, cackle, and of course, message on thing. There you have it. With the great Lady Burncastle as our opponent, this may not even count as a handicap, but it will be suitable for entertainment. Do as you like. Now that the cat's out of the bag, I'm going to get serious. That would be suitable. Leniency is never featured in my dictionary. Lady Lambda Delta, let us enjoy our valuable new relationship. Yes, I'll be counting on you, Lady Beatrice. This girl really put me through the ringer. I'm not going to be happy until the two of us have smushed her up and paid her back double. I look forward to it, Lambda and Beato. No matter who wins or who loses, this will be a very meaningful battle for us. That's right. Of course, I'm not going to lose easy, but this is more important than winning and losing. After all, we have no love for boredom. The three witches giggled, cackled, and guffawed. That's right. I should thank you, Beato. It looks like I can finally escape boredom. Do your best to entertain me. Together with Lambda Delta. I shall do just that. That's that, Beato, so let's start a strategy meeting right now. I know all of this girl's weak points, and I'm going to teach you all of them. See, interesting that this girl has Halloween stuff on her, like why she has like a jack-o'-lantern on her waist, like a pin, or I don't know what that's supposed to be, but then with like the heavy Halloween imagery in the last episode. And yet, Lady Lambda Delta, you were defeated by her, I note. I won't tell you. I won't tell you. And now she's gone. Nice, good job, Beatrice. She never bores, that Lady Lambda Delta. She doesn't, does she? Take care of her. She might not look it, but she gets lonely. I see. So she's one of those newfangled whatchamacallits. As expected from Lady Lambda Delta. Quite cutting edge. Go already. That child's waiting for you to chase after her. Then, if you'll excuse me, see you next game. As Rika just stares my ass down. What's up, Rika? I'm sorry. A troublesome one came, but don't mind her. More importantly, things sure got ugly. I thought I had experienced some particularly gruesome ends in my game with Lambda. But this time, it's exceptionally horrible. It isn't as though I don't understand your desire to hug your knees and close your heart. If you meet that end several more times, your heart will be killed within 100 years. Beato saw through me, so I'll confess. You are now just like I was in the past, when I was imprisoned inside Lambda's world, shut inside a labyrinth of cruel fate, tormented at the whims of a witch. I am a witch who was born from there. So maybe I'm like an older sister to you. So I decided that I'd lend you my power. However, even compared to my fate, yours is truly brutal. So she's saying that Lady Lambda Delta was the one who was responsible for the time loop thing of Higurashi. And then Rika, who now goes by Lady Burncastle, was spawned as a witch out of that. Not only do I sympathize with you, I'm almost brought to tears by your tragic fate. But please, don't lose heart. Please don't submit to Beato, no matter what. Certainly that child's game is quite unfair. I took a glimpse of the game board, and the tricks are so mean and cunning, and the scenic tricks are filthy to a degree that probably far surpasses that of Lady Lambda Delta's game board. And what's even more frightening is that when the child moves a piece, it's not like she always makes the best possible move. This is where she is very different from Lambda. Lambda always uses an overpowering number of pieces and makes the best possible move in order to win. But Beato sometimes intentionally eases up when she moves her pieces. This is unfortunate for us, trying to seek out our opponent's strategy by looking at her moves. So what she's saying is that if you were to apply the chessboard thinking to Lambda Delta, you actually would be able to understand what was going on. Everything would make sense. But that you can't actually figure that out with Beatrice because Beatrice, like we had brought up before, doesn't actually follow that very obvious strategy that you would expect of some people playing a game, that they're trying to make the best possible move, but because it creates a formidable amount of noise in our information. This disorder could be troublesome. However, as in chess, a player might be able to create some noise for their opponent with a useless move, but they would still miss out on a more valuable move. See, that is the true thing, right? Overall, is that, yeah, you might be like making a distraction, but it's only if the person bites on the distraction, because they are necessarily giving ground by making that move. So if you can still move in an optimal pattern, you still should win. In other words, it's not like your opportunities to take advantage of it are zero. If anything, they're actually better. Although you may not be able to believe it, this game was also like that. Even though those developments look so overpowering, there actually were weak points. It looks almost as if she wants us to take advantage of them. Although, I don't know if it's a trap or if she's testing us. Anyways, don't surrender. Don't stop thinking. Don't deny any possibility. As long as you continue to hold the will to fight, Beato will not win. Defense is crucial during a witch's battle, you know? Rather than trying to win, try not to lose. If you lose when you accept her, then you definitely must not accept her. Making you accept witches, there is no longer any doubt that this is one of Beatrice's victory conditions. Now that I have announced that I am your ally, I too will make an effort to lend you as much of my power as I can. Make an effort yourself as well. If you're still hugging your knees, quickly stand back up. In times like this, what did I used to say again? Fight. Yeah. Nipa. Oh my god, it actually is Rika. Okay, so it's not even a meme. It's so embarrassing doing this. I've done this much for you, so hurry and stand back up. Aww. Thank you, Rika. We'll see you around. Yo, what's up, lady? Ah, there you are. Did Burn shrink off somewhere? Could she be any more lame? Anywho, the pieces Burn chooses are crummy as usual, huh? It's the same with chess, right? If all your pieces were pawns, you'd have zero chance to win, right? If all your pieces were rooks and bishops, no way you'd lose. Well, last time I felt just a little pity and said that she could start her pieces anywhere she wants. And then that idiot Burn totally didn't pick up on my compassion and started with all of her pawns promoted on the 8th rank. What's up with that? That wasn't a loss or anything. Just remembering that makes me queasy. So see, I'm gonna be ruffled until I see Burn's stupid, speechless face. So it's like seeing you in this state as Burn's piece, that makes me feel just awesome. Plus, believe it or not, that girl really hates to lose. So I bet she's definitely grinding her teeth in frustration right now, crying like a baby. She's so lame. Come on, laugh with me. I don't read the laughing. Come on, you should know this by now. Wait a sec. Are you still hugging your knees? You're already like this just because Beato got a little serious? Could you be any more pathetic? You're so pathetic. I'll help you just a little bit. I, the great Lady Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty, and the strongest in the universe, will bring your hopeless chances of winning just a teensy bit closer to certainty. You better thank me. You know, Beatrice may be a cruel and powerful witch, but she's no match for me. Now, that is actually something true that Rika said earlier. She said that while Rika has a good matchup against Beatrice, Beatrice has a bad matchup against Lambda Delta, even though Rika has a good matchup against her. It's like a rock, paper, scissors type deal. Why? She's soft. That kid will make the board so she can win with just a few more moves, but she deliberately won't finish you off. She'll do stuff like take worthless pieces or put way too many pieces on the board to make things even more one-sided. The point is, she's got this bad habit of playing around when she thinks she's gonna win. Almost all the various attacks that are painful for you and Burn look like a total waste and overkill to me. Basically, that's her weakness, and it's also your chance. So she likes playing with her food. She's basically... What she's saying is that her weakness is she doesn't finish it when she could. She could actually finish this, it could be all over and she could have won already, but the problem is she likes to play with her food. See? She isn't an opponent to be afraid of, right? She sometimes mistakes the means for the end, and she has too much bad fun. As a result, she makes and even exposes her own weak points. It's impossible for a strongest ever witch like me to understand why she acts so relaxed, lowering her own chances of winning. But well, that's why the type of witch like Burn who reads her opponent and dodges their moves has a really bad matchup with her, because reading her doesn't work. It's probably really easy for Burn to read and handle an obedient and honest type like me. That makes me so mad. Which is what I was just saying. Well, still. A super firepower type like me can easily go head-on against a light, wide-range barrage type like Beatrice. So I guess it's kind of like rock, paper, scissors. Fuck you, I literally just said that. If I'm paper, Beato's rock. I guess Burn would be scissors. Well, maybe none of that matters anyway. Sure, my paper loses to Burn scissors, but if it was the way more awesome super paper, which is as thick as wood, it could even beat scissors, right? In other words, I, Lady Lambda Delta, am super paper and super thick. Okay, sure. It looks like the colors come back to your face a little. That Beato. She's having fun torturing some piece called Rosa. At a glance, you'd think she has really nasty hobbies, right? Wrong, though. She's just killing time, hoping you'll get up and come back. It's a move to fire up your righteous indignation by doing something to make you hate her on purpose. Ah, man, I hate kids like that. Well, then I'll go back. Ah, don't you tell anyone that I helped you out just a teensy bit. I mean, it's not like I helped you because I wanted to save you. Okay, literally the most, like, tsundere thing you can say. I, the strongest witch in the universe, had my seat as the strongest stolen when I lost to Burn. So it's like, I have to take that seat back from Burn. But if Burn loses to Beato here, then the position of the strongest will be moved to Beato this time, right? Well, it'd be easier to steal it back from Beato, so who cares really, but that won't satisfy me. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be the one to defeat Burn, and I'll take back my position as the strongest. It's not like I'm really helping you, okay? I won't forgive you if you make Burn cry. Aww, she has a weird, caring relationship for her? I mean, the way it sounds like she, in a essence, kind of created her. Sort of. Are we done, the question mark? Okay, beautiful. New game boards have been added. New elements added. Okay. New elements on the title screen. What kind of new elements, huh? I want to know. We got characters, we got tips. We'll go through the tips for episode 2. So, letter from the witch. Yep, this is a welcome. This is just, yep, who cares? Okay. Are you making progress solving the epitaph? Yep. In order to mediate, I think these are like the only two things that ever really matter. In order to mediate the relationship between the opposite sex, it favorably edits all their fate numbers and mediates their relationship. Since it is nothing more than a favorable edit, large differences can be seen in its effects depending on the individual. Hence, if the witch giving this item does not measure with care whether the target she will give this item to will be able to use it effectively or not, she risks being called a liar. The activation cost is enormous, and to many human beings, it will be no more useful than a simple brooch. However, blind love pays enormous costs with ease. If there is goodwill from the other partner in addition, the effect will become even more dramatic. Ironically, the more dramatic the effects are, the less of a need there was. I was about to say that you wouldn't even need it if they had such a strong love in the first place. Okay, those tips are entirely fucking useless to me. Okay. I do want to check with episode 2 with some of the characters, because you don't get to check all of them. So on the witch side... Interesting. So we actually have, does this give us the... Will we be able to read their things here? It's very interesting that it shows these three on the witch side. She embodies the idea that hard workers are rewarded and is respected even by humans. Though she is a witch, she does not stray far from the concepts of humans. For that reason, her power as one worshipped by humans is incalculable. However, she is fickle about whose effort she chooses to reward. In many cases, bestows her favor upon those who can please her the most. Her massive, swift, and terrifying power can cause any witch to submit in an instant. However, she is often reckless, and Burn Castle was able to take full advantage of that. Okay. The Witch of Miracles, who has lived for 1,000 years, her vast power is capable of creating all kinds of miracles, but her heart is broken a bit as a result. Back when she was a human, Lambda Delta once imprisoned her within a cruel fate, toying with her the whole time. It seems that she's unable to abandon others who are caught with a similar fate. In theory, she holds the strongest power of any witch, but in practice, that is no more realistic than saying that a piece of paper can reach the moon if you fold it 100 times. And fold it 100 times she did. That's a good little thing there. The Endless Witch, Witch of Miracles, Witch of Certainty. Known for being exceptionally cruel even among witches, loves bullying the weak. I think this is the exact same thing we read before. The witch is extremely powerful, but word has it that she sometimes becomes obsessed with the art of creating certain patterns so that her means end up becoming her goals. Huh. So I think what they're saying is that, like, she actually loses sight of her goal, and she gets so infatuated with the idea of, when it says, like, art of creating certain patterns, so when we talk about the epitaph, like, this is a pattern that she's obviously creating that the people die in this, and what they're saying is that she kind of loses sight of the goal, which is just to, like, win the match, and has such a hard-fought idea to try and set these things up in such a given way, to the point where, like here, she toys with her victims even further by piling on one after another that, you know, not good. Unfortunate young man to whom Beatrice has taken a liking, a human who has inherited the black blood from Kinzo, inherited the massive resistance to magical power that Kinzo was born with. Ironically, it was this trait that made it so hard for Kinzo to succeed as a mage. A massive magic defense can be an ace in the hole for battle against a witch. Kinzo has begun to lose this power with age, but Battler's power is still on the rise. Perhaps it's understandable why Beatrice tried to crush it as soon as possible. Maria, a little mage who has inherited the black blood from Kenzo. Unlike Kenzo, she was gifted with the natural talent and began to tread the path of the mage while still young. That said, her power is still weak, and she is no more than an apprentice. However, she is skilled with enchantments, which bestow magical powers upon objects, and the magical items she creates compete with those of the Meister class. What the fuck am I reading, bro? Okay, let me just... Let's... Oh, I didn't read Kenzo's, actually. Let's read the rest of these. Human mage, natural talent, love of knowledge, nothing special. When his nearly insane powers of concentration and dedication were transformed into a magical power, he awakened as a great mage. His power is at least great enough that he was able to summon Beatrice and form a contract with her. Though his power is great, it is also extremely lopsided. In particular, he specialized in summoning and barriers, so perhaps it is fitting to call him a summoner instead. Kenzo's earliest furniture, which he created to serve him, and him alone with complete loyalty. Though he was Kenzo's first creation, he was made with the help of a high-class demon, so though there were several flaws in his initial specs, he concealed a great potential within himself. In the many years following that, he began to mature and compensate for many deficiencies, turning himself into the nearly flawless butler furniture that he is now. He's approaching the limit of his service life, but the magical power he can unleash for an instant rivals Kenzo's. Shannon is Kenzo's handmade furniture in the purest sense, which he created without borrowing the power of demons. Though there were problems with several of her initial specs, she was given a very rare and precious thing, a heart. It seems that, as a result of his long personal experience, Kenzo came to believe that the power created by the heart contains within it a strong magic. In the lengthy span of time following that, she began to mature, becoming exceptionally skilled with the power of a protective or repulsive nature, such as magical barriers. Because of this, in the realm of barriers alone, she possesses an immense mage-class level of power. Last furniture created by Kenzo thus far, making use of all of his previous experience. Kenzo managed to implement a set of flawless specs. Cannon was also given a heart, but it was much weaker than Shannon's, perhaps because Kenzo felt a sense of approaching personal danger related to his fortune. As he neared the end of his life, he bestowed Cannon with the rare power to fight and protect. However, he hasn't matured very far and is unable to control his own power and speed. So we have eldest sister Lucifer. Advanced level furniture created by Beatrice, can move of her own accord but cannot disobey her summoner's orders. Is this what it's going to say for all of them? Okay, yeah, so they can't. They're literally all the same except for haughty and arrogant, but actually feels pleasure from submission. Okay, interesting. Nothing but a jealous crybaby, so do whatever it takes to get what she wants. Interesting. We might be able to put together the identities of the witches. I'm going to do this real quick. Oops, not that. This. Show the notes. I'm going to move the notes over, like this. And then I'm going to be able to swap through this. Okay, well, let's do the basic things first. Number one, Hmm. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. So we're gonna go through here. Haughty and arrogant. This is the first sister. Well, I guess you can see when I click on it. So we know that Satan is wrath, which is one of them down here. That's Asmodeus. Would give up her life for a love. So we know that she is lust. Do they have a difference in outfits? No, they look exactly the same. Just hairstyle and shit is different. Beelzebub is gluttony. Okay. Because reading the thing, you'll be able to figure them out. Really grumpy. Well, we already know. So we know that Satan is wrath. We know that Asmodeus is lust. Now we know that Beelzebub is gluttony. Mammon is greedy. Or is greed. Thoughtful and hardworking. Thoughtful and hardworking. How would this become a 7 cent? What would this be? I don't know, we're gonna leave that one. Really grumpy. That's Satan. Leviathan, nothing but a jealous crybaby. Okay, Leviathan. We know that's envy. Mammon, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Lucifer. Lucifer seems to be pride. But the weird thing is then... Belphegor is sloth? That doesn't really seem to add up. Sloth is the absence of work in that regard. What? Deadly... I'm doing this on Google. Deadly sin of sloth. Apathy, a lack of motivation, and a failure to do what one should do physically and spiritually. Yeah, I always thought that you could... If you wanted to boil it down into, like, very lazy terms, you would say that sloth is being lazy. But it doesn't really capture the whole idea, but if you wanted to boil it down, you could say that. Hardworking. Is it saying that like she corrupts her Either way, it doesn't really matter. We know what they are now at least. So Belphegor is sloth. So now that we have this, episode 1, victims by stake. Because now that we know what the stakes' identities are, let me also recenter my notes here. Transform, center the screen. And then we're gonna raise it up a lot because I want it to be able to sit above the text box whenever I open up my notes. Put it like there. So now, what we're gonna do is I'm going to open up the display capture. So you'll see this. Let me hide my notes. So, I forget how to... Okay, so this is chapter 1, Banquet of the Witch, and it was actually... Oh, sorry, no. It's Resurrection, and then it's the Golden Witch. So in episode 1, if we eventually get down to the bottom, okay. So now that we have all of these, we can figure out what is what. So, move this over here. I'm gonna tab between these, okay. Hideyoshi was Beelzebub. Pouring out for my boy Nanjo, man. I was hitting him with strays, so... Kumasawa was envy, not sloth. is Nanjo slot. That's the only other one that I could see. Oops. Jesus, why did that... Oh, because I tapped down. Like, what the fuck? Cannon, we already knew was Wrath. Yeah, Cannon was Wrath. Genji was Pride, which we did guess. I want my flowers on this. Nanjo was Belphegor. Okay. None of this probably matters, but... Okay, all the way down. So. Shannon was Greed in this one, right? Goda was Gluttony. George was Pride. Nanjo, once again, we already knew these two were the same. Okay, so. Now, we know that there's definitely, I'm gonna wager there's probably, so, let me do this real quick. Bing, bing, this works better. I mentioned this at the end of the last stream before I crashed, that when I am trying to convey the idea that I was saying about how everything must have like an actual like human world non-magic explanation, that we were gonna say that it was a physicalist description interpretation. Let me think, how else do I word this? Obviously you can see me typing it. I'll read it out afterwards. I'm just trying to keep all my thoughts coherent. How did the game describe Battler's thing? I'm just gonna call her Rika, bro. I'm sorry. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. Fuck. Okay. I have the idea in my head of exactly how I want to type this, but it's gonna be kind of hard to word this out. So again, apologies on my part if this is a little bit iffy. Okay. So the only thing is that I do think there are explanations for how the I think there is an explanation for how the problems of the last chapter could be described. So I mentioned these when we were playing that I think there could be a little bit of a semantic game that Beatrice was playing when she was talking about hidden rooms and stuff. Because the way that she put the definition for a hidden room was that a hidden room had to be something that offered access to like the outside or to escape from the current room that you're in. But if you were to think about it, like if you had like a false wall that just had a room behind it, but that room had no access to like another room or outside of the mansion, I don't know if you would call that a secret passage or a hidden passage as she called it. That would just be like a hidden room. So theoretically a person could kill someone and then hide inside the hidden room. The one thing that I'm still trying to like wrap my head around is that is Beatrice somebody okay, I think more and more so what I'm saying here is that more and more I think that Beatrice is somebody in the game. She's masquerading herself in the game, and while she does have witchly powers that she can use, like the stakes, there has to be a physical way for her to do them. For example, she won't kill someone in a locked room unless she can get access to the locked room. What would be the point of the game if she could just bend the rules and use magic to circumvent everything? That's kind of like my thinking point right now. That, to me, it doesn't really make sense. Like, the game in its conditions. She wants to act in a worldly way, but convince people that the ways that she is acting in the worldly way are so beyond human comprehension that they have to be magic. But in reality, they're not magic. They're just, like, very well thought out. But this is like the condition of her game, that she can use magic to kill a person, but only if she has a real world explanation. I don't know if I'm making sense in the way that I'm describing this, but if you think about it, let's say that she did just have the magic, she could, like, you know, snap her fingers, just kill everyone. Well, what the fuck would be the point of the game, right? There's not really a game to be played if she can just kill everybody. And now there's obviously, like, stop gaps and other things that she has to work around, like Kinzo barricading himself in, and Natsui's mirror, and Battler's magic resistance, things of this sort. But it's a little bit odd to me, I guess, why she would even choose to play the game in this manner. It feels like she wants to beat us at our game, if that makes sense. It seems that there are, like, otherworldly, like, magical powers, but it seems like Beatrice is confining herself to operating within the real world, if that makes sense. The only thing that gets weird is that I don't know if she only acts that way towards certain characters, like if she will only keep up that appearance in some way, or in some places, or if, dude, I don't know. I'm getting, like, mind fucked on if the witch stuff is even real or not. Like, because we saw, like, the canon stuff, we're seeing, like, the purgatory, we're seeing the witch's side. It seems like the witch stuff is real, but the question is, like, how much does that witch stuff, like, actually influence the game? How much of that witch stuff actually present in the game that we are playing? That's the only thing that I'm a little bit, like, sussed on. I don't actually know how much it is affecting. We saw that Canon was using, like, servant powers and shit, but if you notice, like, the only time that she was using her, like, servant powers... Actually, no, that's not true. I was gonna say it was only towards other servants, but she killed Nanjo and Kumasawa. Well, it was still servants. But, like... actually, that's not really true, because... Well, no, because he did use it against Goda. But then, like, Beatrice in human form was partly behind the killing of Shannon and Thing, and even then, like... George would be the discrepancy there because he would be the only person that's, like, non-magically oriented. The other thing, too, that I'm gonna keep notice of is, again, like... I still feel like it is most likely that Beatrice is going to be somebody that is getting killed if Beatrice is somebody that is masquerading herself. Because it allows her to move in a way where, yeah, where, like, I don't know, I think it just offers her more flexibility. I think it's a lot harder to keep up, like, an appearance and, like, keep up, like, a place that you have to be while committing murders. It's just, it's really, I'm just gonna put, like, it's... Like, I just don't know if she has, like, rules where she won't use it against certain people or anything, like... Every time that we've seen Battler, like... But, it, like, the other thing, too, is... Hmm. Okay. Um. I'm trying to get like the big picture questions because currently I do think there is some like semantic distinction and shit that could be going on. Hmm. Um. Okay, I don't know if there's any more like big questions that we need to answer. Um. Um. Sorry, I know I've been quiet. I'm just trying to type everything right now to like get it all into one block, and then we'll go through it. What I'll probably do in the VOD is I'll probably go to this section and just, you know, speed it up a lot. Or cut it out. How the door could be manipulated and unlocked from the inside despite being... I should say... Yo, what's up? How you doing? Sorry, just writing notes right now. How is your evening / morning going? Oh, geez, you're still in finals right now? I'm lucky, dude. I got out early this semester. My exams were done by the 8th. How does your semester go? Like, when is it ending or over? Because I think even for the people that still had late exams for us, I think the last day of our exams was like a week ago or so. 2 more weeks? Okay, that's not too bad then. How many finals do you have, and what subjects are they on? I think the big thing for this chapter is I need to know why the, yeah, see, I get what you mean. That's kind of all, I don't know. To me, I mean, this is my fault for going back to university after COVID and not going throughout COVID, but, the one thing that I'm reminded every time I do school is just that, it's never, like, the difficulty of the work, at least for me. I don't think I've ever done any work in school, except for maybe, like, differential equations, where I'm like, oh my god, like, this shit is so difficult, I just can't comprehend it. It's just more so, like, the workload and putting in the time to actually get it done, not so much that the work is difficult. And I know what you mean, I have to, like, email one of my professors to get in on a summer class. I'm trying to do, like, an all-online summer semester. We'll see how that goes, but, so, like, yeah, that's, like, literally my exact problem. I have a terrible habit with that, too, where it's, like, it's funny, during the one semester, I did one semester during COVID before I took a break, and then I came back at, like, start of 2023, which was that, and I don't know why it worked for me only for one semester, and then it, like, didn't work again, but I got into the habit of, for my 5 classes, I just set one class to be for a day of the week. I'm also, like, really bad for going to my lectures, which is just another personal bad habit, but beside the point, I would say, like, oh, like, Monday, this is going to be, like, my chemistry class, Tuesday, this is going to be this class, and then I would literally just do, like, all the work on that day of the week, and that was, like, the one system that worked for me, but I'm assuming you've had the same problem where, I just got lazy, and I didn't stick to it, but it did work insanely well while I did stick to it, but, let's see how to word this. I didn't really separate these 2 clauses in a way that makes sense at all. Yeah, I know the vibe. I struggle with that myself from time to time, and it's definitely not easy to manage when it gets bad when you're in the middle of a tough time in the semester, because you lose, like, all your motivation to fucking do anything, but the school does not give a fuck. And I don't mean that necessarily, like, a bad way. I don't expect them to. But it obviously is a lot to juggle at the same time. Too many balls for too few hands. It's not a very good analogy. But, you get the idea. Because No, I guess these points do make sense. Semantic distinction that she draws. If she's playing with her food and trying to make us lose, I think she'll try to beat us at our game. What's called magic wasn't at all. Look for semantic distinctions, like what I think she did with the hidden passage room thing. Hidden passage had to offer a way out of the room. Or I should say, to be called a hidden passage, it had to offer a way out of the room of the murder to another section. This is like the most wordy, terrible written way. To be called a hidden passage, it had to, 1, offer way out of the room of the murder to another section of the mansion or outside. Or I should say it had, no, I guess it doesn't really make sense to number it. It had to offer way out of the room of the murder, to another section of the mansion or outside. However, it didn't carve out what a section of the room for the killer. Holy fuck, this is the most, like, mushmouth way to say this. I don't know why this, I'm confusing. I fucking wrote this and it's confusing to me. I know what I'm trying to say, but it doesn't make any sense. Let me just rewrite this. I think this is a much better way that this is written. To be called a hidden passage, the passage had to offer a way out of the room where the murder took place, whether that be, I should say whether that be, access to the mansion or just outside. We know in some of the murders the only way to lock the room without a key was from the lock inside, meaning the killer likely didn't leave the room. And probably left once everyone else left. A possible way in which the doors could be manipulated and locked from the inside despite being outside, / if the locks are being tampered with in some way. Example, why did the lock not spring shut when Goda tried in episode 2? Or I should say, why did the lock spring back to the open position? That's a better way to word it. Back to the open position when Goda tried in episode 2, and is there a way that one could lock the door from the inside while remaining outside? Sounds goofy, but what if you had something you could slide on the door like a pipe cleaner or a string or something and manipulate the inside lock while being outside to still fit the wording the Beatrice gave about not being able to lock it anyway? I should say lock it from the outside. I need to go back and look at the red statements. This is for later. Okay, this is the chapel stuff. We don't care about this. The chapel stuff kind of got confirmed. So, the only master keys are the ones held by the servants, 1 key each. No types of hidden doors. The door is the only way in or out. Meaning, this door, front door. The only way to lock the doors with just a single key or the master keys, none of which is held by the servant. This means from the outside though, because obviously you don't need a key to lock a door on the inside. The window is locked from the inside. The last time it was locked was not by a master key, or at the very least Beatrice refused to answer this. So this was a very big important point about Jessica's room, was that she would not give any clearance to us on in which way the door was locked. She didn't tell us like how it was locked, but like she didn't say like, oh, because if she would have accepted this, because if when Battler asked like, was the door last locked by a master key, she wouldn't answer it. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that it was locked with a master key. It could have been locked with a master key. It's just more so that Beatrice didn't want to have to commit to a position where she would reveal info, because it's kind of like playing Guess Who, where you're like, who has a mustache? If the person like refused to answer, it doesn't necessarily say. I'm gonna draw a weird analogy in my head, and I'll see if this comes through, and if it doesn't, fucking pound sand. If you had 20 people, and you're playing Guess Who, and 2 of them don't have mustaches, and the other 18 do, out of the group of 20. And let's say that for some reason in this game of Guess Who, you could decline to answer. If the person was like, do they have mustaches? And you're like, I can't answer that. The initial, potentially faulty assumption there would be, I got you, bitch, the person has a mustache. But in reality, confirming or denying that question actually confers more info. So it's better to not answer. Because in that scenario, if she says, no, the person doesn't have a mustache, let's say the person that she's thinking of doesn't actually, well, now she just knocked down 18 of the people and there's only 2 that are left. Whereas, if the person did or did not, if she refuses to answer, you still have the whole pool. You can't whittle down the numbers at all. So I think that's kind of what's happening here in that analogy, is that she's purposely guarding her info and not giving up more than she needs to, because even if the door wasn't locked by a master key, confirming or denying that it was, either one tells us that it was locked with a master key or allows us to rule out a master key, which totally simplifies our reasoning. So it's a lot easy thing. And she would not agree that his corpse was in the room, but she did say that he died in the room, because we know that she lifted up his body and then she manipulated it in some way and attacked the servants. Now again, this is another really weird thing that this is the part where like my brain starts kind of seize up a little bit when we talk about this, that I don't really understand how we can even begin to think with the game of like how much is magic versus how much is not. Are there some people that she is condoning the use of magic against versus other things that she's not? Because like she killed Nanjo and Kumasawa with things. Now they were servants, but they weren't people that bear the one-winged eagle. I can understand what I said in the notes below, but regardless, see, this is the other thing, is that no trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside. This is again the thing where you can get into like a really weird semantic world, where she says no trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key. Now, does she mean to manipulate the lock from the outside? Because if you had some way that you could manipulate the lock on the inside from the outside, the problem is this statement is so vague that it's almost meaningless, in the sense that like when I'm asking the question, right? Yeah, so this I even put it here. The big notice here is from the outside, because it's very weird to include this distinction, right? Because you could say, fuck. This fucking guy, this is purposely worded in such a way to be difficult, and it's good writing, but it's difficult to, like, wrap your head around. Because no trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key. It's weird that you made the distinction of from the outside. Now, you could very obviously say, well, in what other way would you lock the door from the outside? Well, exactly. That's very weird that she specified that it had to be like that. Because when I read the statement, she says, no trick can have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key. Well, like, no shit, that's kind of the only way you can lock a door from the outside. But if you had a way that you could move the lock on the inside of the door, like I was saying, let's say you had a string that was wrapped around the end of the lock, right? Like I was saying, you know how locks usually, if they're like unlocked, it'll be pointed 90 degrees, it'll be vertical, and then if it's locked, it'll be horizontal. What happens if you had a string that was tied around the very top of the lock, let's say, and you were outside, and you pull it under the door, right? And you yank on it. Then it pulls the lock down, so the bar goes down, the door locks, and then let's say that you keep pulling on the string, and because now that the thing is horizontal, if you pull on the string, maybe the loop of the string slides off, and you can pull that out from under the bottom of the door. In that very example, we locked the door technically from the inside while we were outside. So this is what I mean, that basically, this is like a very like 9-head way that this could maybe, all I'm saying is that really gotta watch on the, we really have to be careful that I think Beatrice is going to play with semantics. The whole thing here, I will say that the semantic distinction does kind of capture this first part. So what I think I'm gonna do is do this. I'll just put like, can the doors be locked from the inside despite being outside? Let's get rid of this. And then we're gonna delete this whole section on Goda. I'm gonna say is, because the only other way that I could think about this is like, let's imagine that you're in that, let's say there are two mansions, right? One in like the demon world, one in the real world. What if they like merge together? And then like the mansion in the demon world didn't operate the same way as the human world. Because again, the question then becomes like, why could Goda not close, or I shouldn't say like, lock the door in episode 2? The lock would spring back into the unlocked position. But why? This is another, like, why could he not do that? Are the locks being tampered, or are we gonna get some weird, like, world merging thing that's going on? The other thing, too, that I wanted to check was when I had the Sabbat section. It says that Maria said around this time had a coven called Sabbat where they gave out blessings to those who supported them. The other thing too is like I wonder if I'm trying to think about this from like if you played the Somnium Files again, like quick spoiler warning I guess for this. At the end of the game when you find out that the main killer, you had all these people that were committing different crimes, but it was actually the same dude because he was like conscious transferring in every single one. So he was like leaping from one person to the next, controlling their bodies, killing someone, switching to a new body, killing the old body over and over and over and over. He was doing that. When you think about that, like, I don't know, Beatrice could very well be that she isn't actually present in the game, but it could be that she's like bestowing magic upon some people. And then maybe this magic is allowing people to go and like commit these crimes, right? Again, it's impossible to know, I guess, right now. So I'm going to put this at the bottom. I'm going to say things to keep note of. Actually, no, I have this in the big questions, right? Who is Beatrice? It's likely that she'll be one of the victims early in the game. Does she restrict herself to impersonating the same person in every game? Or, for instance, maybe she switches who she masquerades as. So, like, she is potentially, like, a different person everything. Okay. I don't want to delay any longer. It's been 2 hours into the stream. We've literally only got through stuff that I should have done at the end of the last stream. So now. Episode 3, okay? We have no fucking clue what's going on right now. They keep throwing in more and more. Let me hide the notes here. They keep throwing in more and more shit. I'm gonna go through, and we're gonna kill some of these humans and see if we get any new info. Finally reached the Golden Land he so desired. The idiot was once again unwilling to accept that, so the magic was spoiled for a second time. Even so, he was probably happy. After all, he managed to be reunited with the Golden Witch, if only for a brief time afterwards. He was crunched to pieces and eaten by demons and went to hell. So this is another thing that's weird to say, that it's weird that idiot is capitalized here too. Finally reached the Golden Land he so desired. So I'm gonna put this in the notes, like, let's see. Unwilling to accept that. Okay. Can't kill him again once he's dead. This doesn't... We don't really care about any of these. Kill these people. Actually, wait, keep him alive. Why the fuck would I... I don't think there's anything special in hers. No, not really. Beatrice, I don't think says anything when you kill her. Serious visitor, 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference, goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who granted Kenzo his gold. You're gonna go to bed? Okay, well, I hope you feel better. Then I hope you feel better in the morning. Goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who granted Kenzo his gold, but the reason and the purpose of her visit are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one has been allowed to use in the past. The other thing, too, who the fuck was allowed... This is the other thing that's weird, too, is when you look at, like, the people who were allowed to see Beatrice in the last game. Yeah, thank God, you can at least rest. Well, regardless, take care. Hopefully you get some well-needed rest, and hopefully your finals go well. If we do not cross paths before then. See, the weird thing is, too, is that these people do have real names, so I wonder if, like, if Kenzo was taking people and then, like, implanting things into them. But it sounds like, in the sense, when they say they're furniture, that's not a meme. Like, that's why they bear the crest, because they literally are not people. That's another thing that I wanted to add in the notes, that it does kind of seem as though they literally aren't. These two are. These two probably are people. These people are servants, but they aren't furniture. In fact, I don't know if I've even heard anyone other than these three say anything. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. Oh, that's kind of cute. Let's see. Beautiful for a human like you to dream of killing me. When he fire bullets at me, they'll merely bounce back as though by a mirror and strike you down. However, there is one single way to kill me. You grasp this method. Okay, it's just the same thing every time. I think the one thing that's of note, right, is that there's only a few people who were allowed to see Beatrice. And then she conveniently disappeared, right? So I'm gonna put this here. People who saw Beatrice in the last chapter. It was Kiri, Genji, Shannon, Kinzo, Cannon, kind of Shannon slash George slash Goda. Or no, so Shannon definitely did. Kind of Goda slash George. To my understanding, these are the only people that saw. Now, I wrote Shannon twice, I also realized. You don't need to correct me, okay, I noticed. These ones make sense, right? If we think about, like, people who are tied to magic, Maria, actually Rosa saw her. Rosa, Maria. If we talk about people with magic power, right, or like any kind of magic knowledge, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Not, doesn't really make sense, makes sense, right? So Maria and these, it kind of makes sense, but like, Goda, George, Rosa, and Kiri, why did they witness Beatrice? Like, Kiri saw her, so we know that it wasn't just like a fabrication. And again, this is where we start to get into the weird thing where, like, I know this sounds like a super crackpot thing. I truly do believe in this, like, the merging world things, in the sense of, like, there's two mansions. There was, like, a demon world mansion, and there was, like, an actual mansion that the events of the game take place. And I know it sounds kind of crazy, but, okay, so, just gonna keep note of this, that, like, Beatrice also disappeared weirdly once the killings started. And no one, has really, or no one really saw her afterwards. Yeah, actually I did play Higurashi. This game is like in the same genre. It's made by the same creator. I would say it's kind of a sequel, but not really, without getting into any of the details. I have played Higurashi. If you do want to play it, I would say it's very, very good. I only really have like one or two criticisms of it. My one criticism, which is sort of a criticism of this game too, and I think just of the writer of this game, is he has way too much of a tendency of repeating himself, which seems to be a VN thing in general. And I think there's some parts of Higurashi that are sort of excessive in the sense that, like, if you've ever played the Danganronpa games, they repeat themselves a lot. It's sort of a visual novel writer thing. They just love to repeat themselves. For some of them it makes sense, for others it doesn't. I don't want to get too into it if you're going to go to bed. But the only thing I will say is that there is certain scenes in Higurashi that don't even need to be included at some points, in my opinion, because I feel like they're just very excessive. They don't add anything to the story. It's just like filler. Higurashi is very, very good, I would say. To this day, like, some of the chapters, again, if you're going to play it, I won't get too into details, but some of the chapters of that game are actually, like, fucking amazing. I have all of it uploaded on, I think it's below the stream. You can see the VOD channel. It's all uploaded there if you ever wanted to compare if you do eventually play it. But it's very fucking good. I have heard that this one is better, but I'm only a quarter of the way through, so I can't really give too much in terms of what is better or worse. But I will say that Higurashi, despite having some pitfalls in certain areas, is still exceptionally well written and very enjoyable. But I will also say that it is far longer than most visual novels. Most other visual novels that I've played have been in like the 10 to 20 hour range at most. Steins Gate is like a very long one. That's usually like 40 to 50 hours. Higurashi, for me, now to be fair, I was reading it on stream as I am doing with this one. And I'm also sitting here showing you all of like my stupid theorizing and my stupid notebooks that I'm writing, which ends up adding and padding to the game time. But if I was able to just read Higurashi by myself and play by myself, read in my head, not be on stream, I probably could have beat Higurashi in, I would say, like 60 to 70 hours, probably. I would wager it was like I probably could have finished it in like 2/3 of the time that I spent streaming on it. I'm pretty sure streaming, it took me 110 hours or something. But like I said, a lot of that was like stupid theorizing and shit. It is very long is the only thing I will say, yeah. It's also very weirdly, like the chapters, Higurashi I think is worse for it than this game so far. Of the two chapters I've played in this game, the length of the two chapters have been very consistent. Higurashi is not though. It's very weirdly like, chapter 1 is like let's say it's 15 hours. Chapter 2 is about the same. Chapter 3 is pretty long. Chapter 4 is very short. Chapter 4 is like, if you were to read it in your head, Chapter 4 is probably like 6 hours. It's not long at all. And then the rest are all pretty long as well. 7 and 8 are very long because it's like the ending. But that's sort of a very long-winded way, after saying I wouldn't be long-winded, that I would recommend it. It's really good. It's very enjoyable. And I think that once you play Higurashi, if you do like it, there's probably like a fair reason that you would like maybe want to play this game. Like I said, most people that I've talked to, I haven't heard most people say that they like Higurashi more than Umineko. But I will say that, like, I don't know how I'm gonna break down, because it's also hard for me to put myself in the mind space that I was in when I played Higurashi like 4 years ago. I don't know how I was feeling at like this exact same point in the story as I was with Higurashi, but I will say that they are games that are very dense in the sense that almost all the dialogue is not wasted. Like, with the exception of some of the scenes like I was talking about, most of the shit that you play is like important dialogue, even stuff that seems passing, like it's totally nothing. It's one of the games that you can read a lot into like random lines and it might actually come back to be really important. But I don't want to keep you too long, so I know you want to go to bed. I'd highly recommend it. It's still very good. You can get most of it pretty cheap, or there's probably less than legal means that you can probably get the whole thing, which, hey, you do you. Technically, I am playing this Umineko through a less than legal means, but I also own the game on Steam. I'm just not playing it through the Steam version, but unrelated, regardless. It's very long, only downside. But if it's something to chip away at, it's fun. I enjoyed it. It is hard to like pick up and put down though, because it's very dense that you'll find yourself forgetting things. I took a 1-year break in between episode 7 and episode 8 for life reasons, and it was pretty hard to pick back up. Let me go back through these. We don't need to kill any of these ones. Not interesting. I forgot George had a different outfit. I would say absolutely you should play the game if you're interested in the story. I would definitely play the game. I don't want to be like the typical like the adaptation sucked. It's just more so that because these VNs are so dense. Like for instance, again, I don't want to keep you too long. I'm sorry. I would say as somebody who's played through Steins Gate and watched the Steins Gate anime, I would say that you can just watch the Steins Gate's anime and you can probably get like 99% of the experience. I think most of the stuff in Steins Gate is like fluff. I don't think that's the case with Higurashi. I think with Higurashi, there's a lot of, like, there's multiple seasons and stuff, but my understanding is that all of Higurashi is covered in, like, 30 episodes or something. I don't know what that math would be in, like, real-time hours, but let's say that that's, like, 8 to 10 hours of actual, like, watching something. Like, is it possible that they could cram 80 hours of story into 10 hours? I just don't think so. And from what I've seen of the Higurashi anime, I think that it loses a lot of the detail of you probably would get, like, the really big plot points. And if it's something that you can, if like, for instance, if you're not someone that would be able to get through the VN, I'd say, yeah, like watch the anime, because it's like the only way you're going to get the story, but I don't think you would get the story in its best form. I know, I've only seen clips of the anime, because to be honest with you, I've never watched it, because I played the game. I was like, why the fuck would I watch it? I played the game. But I just don't see how you could cram that much down into like that short of a time period and have it still be enjoyable, if that makes sense. Or not enjoyable, but I think you would probably lose the soul of the game a little bit. Plus, if you're not, like, streaming it was, like, the biggest pain in the ass for me. Like I said, if I read it by myself, I probably could have finished Higurashi in, like, a very short period of time. But I'm also a pretty avid reader, so that's to my strengths. The reading out loud part was, like, the part that was the biggest pain in the ass for me playing it. Just having to speak, like, a fucking million lines, unironically, of dialogue. Okay. Yeah, see, this is weird because she did get to the golden line. What happened to Rosa? Gold treasure more precious to her than gold, however, that was short-lived. Thanks to the idiot, she would once again have to lose that which she had finally found. Yeah, so that's weird. So Maria actually did get saved. Maria didn't die. Okay. Yeah, I think you will. This is gonna sound sort of weird. I think you'll enjoy it. It's a very good, like, whodunit mystery. The one thing I will say is that for me, when I really got hooked was after the second chapter. I don't want to be the guy that's doing like the One Piece meme where it's like, hey man, it gets really good after like episode 700, you just gotta stick through with it. But like unironically, if you finish the first chapter and you're just like, hey, it was like alright, like maybe not amazing, I would at least say like see if you can get to the end of the second chapter. If you get to the end of the second chapter and you don't feel hooked, or even before that, then it's like, hey man, you can probably drop it and you'll be fine. But for me, like after episode 2 of Higurashi, where I was like, holy fuck, this is like really fucking good. Episode 2 and 5 for me were like, again, I don't want to get into the events or story, but because of those 2 episodes, I would say those were like close to 10 out of 10. I'd say they were the highlight of Higurashi. But hey, maybe that's just my bias. It also depends what characters you end up liking. Fantasy depicts, yeah, I'll kill him again. Finishing touches yet to come. But this alone isn't enough. Finishing touches yet to come. No, there's not really any new info to be learned off killing these guys. Yeah, okay. The only thing we really learned is that we learned the identities of the stakes. He's often reckless and burn castles, able to take full advantage of that. Okay, let's get to episode 3. I don't think there's any more time to troll around and delay and stall. I did more than enough of that. Okay, good morning. This is surprise that even now you do not surrender. The Golden Witch has exceedingly high expectations of you. Have you perhaps come to realize the structure of this world? There can be no victory without knowing the rules. Please enjoy a hearty game with the witch. The difficulty level is fair for you, and fair for the witch. Yeah, see, this is very interesting. This is one where it's supposed to be more of a fair tilt. Come to realize the structure of this world. Interesting. Okay. Okay, thank you. And have a good sleep. Apologies for the long-winded descriptions. Fucking flashbang. Hope you didn't look at that. You might be awake now. I don't know if this is the chapel or what that's supposed to be. This is a new area. Hey, this is a new area. I don't know what this is. Again, unless this is the chapel from a different angle, but nope, this is new. The vase was very, very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, it was one of Grandfather's favorite collection pieces. Okay, grandfather, so it's one of the grandchildren. Again, I don't know if it's Battler or not. We'll see. So that I didn't accidentally destroy its fragile beauty, I was always strictly ordered never to touch it. But that just made me want to touch it. Is that really all that said? Like, for instance, I feel like an English speaker would say that just made me want to touch it more. And so I just stopped there because I was like, did I read that wrong? But I didn't read it wrong, but it made me feel like I read it wrong. You could almost see right through it, and yet it was so elegant, it appeared so weightless, and yet it had an indescribable presence. I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a vase like that. However, just as Grandfather had said, it was something that must not be touched. This much beauty arises precisely because it must never be touched. It was a beauty that could only dwell in something so fragile it would break at a touch. Which is exactly why, if it were to be touched by my impudent finger, it would oh so easily. Just like an enjoyable morning dream fade into nothing as you wake. It vanished, fell, and broke into smithereens. I realized that, because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that couldn't be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the broken vase would not return to its original form. I would probably be scolded by Grandfather, probably very harshly. Frightened, I ended up breaking into tears and sobbing. As I did, I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies were coming towards me. This is a very interesting thing too, talking about broken glass, and then the very last thing she was talking to Rosa, saying that she would fill in the cracks. So, you know, we're gonna see. I don't know who this is coming up and talking to, just, you know. The beautiful butterflies began to gather one at a time, glittering fantastically with glowing golden powder. Oh, it's Beatrice. That reliable golden witch Beatrice had arrived. Oh, that is not Beatrice. Who the fuck are you? The butterflies gathered one after another, grouped together, and there became her form. That is not Beatrice. Who are you? He was always on my side. Whenever I was in trouble, she would always appear and help me. Good day to you, princess. Okay, yeah, bro, this is not Battler. Beatrice. Ugh. Oh my, why are you crying on a day so perfect for a tea party, my princess? Okay, already. Is the Beatrice we know not actually called Beatrice? Okay. Why do they always do these fucking curveballs at the start of every episode? I'm gonna raise my mic up again. Apologies if you hear a loud click. Okay, there we go. Oh my, why are you crying so on a day so perfect for a tea party, my princess? I broke grandfather's precious vase. Ugh, grandfather will get mad at me. I don't know what I should do. That is indeed worrying. I believe the master greatly treasured this particular vase. Oh ho 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 ho. It's terrifying even for me to think about what kind of punishment you'll receive. Grandfather was a very frightening person, and once he told you something, if you failed to follow it, he would become mad with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. I was intimately familiar with that, which is why I couldn't do anything but shake like this and cry. It could also be that this is one of... No, because I said grandfather. I was gonna say this could be one of the siblings, but it's not, because I said grandfather. I hold no magic to scoop up your fallen tears, princess, but if you want magic that will make it possible for you to avoid being scolded by the master, I might be able to do something. Really? If you will believe in my power, princess. The basis of magic power is the power of belief. Okay, this is important. I'm writing this in the notes. I won't pop it up on screen for you, but... air quotes, Beatrice says that, Wait, why am I writing this? We know this already. But, I'm still writing it, but... Oops, didn't mean to press that. Miracles will only appear before those who strongly believe. I believe in your magic, Beatrice, so please fix this face. Okay, instantly, right off the bat, can we expose who I'm playing as? Nope, they said, fuck you, bro. They said, you are not finding out. What the fuck is this? It's all a different order. This is so odd. I'm so confused. This is the prologue, right? Yeah. Please fix this vase, please. If that is what you want, princess, very well, then leave it to me. The only person this could be is, like, Maria, right? When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there, and then changed its form into her favorite magic wand. Even that was enough to give me a small glimpse at Beatrice's wonderful and great magic power. She pointed her wand at the broken vase, and just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words. Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember, what form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please show me that form one more time. Were they words, or was it a song? No, it was surely magic. This is very interesting, because this seems like a more benevolent Beatrice, which I'm a little bit confuzzled by, but... After all, can't you see? The pieces of the vase are gathering together in no time at all, and softly returning to the place where they had been displayed, returning to their original, beautiful form. Incredible. See? Now it's back to normal. This way you will be able to avoid being yelled at by the master. Okay. This is also very odd because we thought that Beatrice, that we knew, the Golden Witch, had said that she had no access to her power because of the thing. Who am I fucking playing as, man? It's a grandkid, so it has to be one of Jessica, George. I would imagine it's Jessica by the princess? We know it's not Battler. It has to be Maria or Jessica, but the only one that makes sense is Jessica because Kraus and them live on the island, right? Beatrice, you sure are incredible. It was no trouble for you to repair a broken vase. That's not true. Returning something broken to its original form is a very, very difficult thing. With my magic, I could do no more than make it remember what it was for the time being. But the vase really turned back into the way it was, right? That's right. But that doesn't mean that I caused the vase to avoid its fate of being broken. I did nothing but make the broken vase remember how it was before it broke for the time being. Magic power that can repair a broken fate to its original form is a very high level, or is at a very high level that even I have yet to reach. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. That seems very important. At that time, the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. When I went to see what had happened, I noticed that several of the servants had gathered and were cleaning up the remnants of the broken vase. From what they said, it seemed that a black cat had sneaked in from somewhere. Again, would this not be snuck in? I don't, again, you know, I'm not gonna browbeat about actual, like, particular by-the-letter proper grammatical English, but I feel like it would be had snuck in from somewhere, climbed up on the vase and toppled it over. I understood the meaning of what Beatrice had said. At the time that I broke the vase had been broken. Beatrice had shown me that the vase had been restored, but it had been a temporary thing. It didn't mean the fate that the vase had been broken had changed. As a result, the vase had remembered its true fate and broke. But I hadn't broken it, instead it had been a cat which had snuck in. That's right, Beatrice hadn't said, "Let's mend the vase." She said she would make it so that I didn't have to be punished. The fate of the vase breaking hadn't changed, but the fact that I had broken it certainly had. Beatrice had skillfully saved me from danger with magic. So I think there's something to be read into here about, like, the fates of certain objects or the fates of things. I actually want to check this real quick. Actually, wait, there's one way that we can check this for sure if you want to know if this is the same person. Ready? Is there a new tab? There isn't a new tab. Interesting. Notice how it sounds like there's a storm in the background, too? I want to hear what this person sounds like. Yeah, so I don't think... I don't know, maybe Beatrice said, "Fuck it, I need a makeover." You know, I don't want to talk too much shit, but, like, the Beatrice that I'm familiar with, hey, she gets a nod over this one. It is very easy to break something, just like how you, princess, did not require magic in order to break the vase. Fixing something is very hard. Yes, she's gonna talk about how it's like, it's way easier, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day, but it could have been destroyed in one. So much so that you were at a loss what to do and started crying. So it's easier to use magic to do horrible things, to break. To kill is very easy, but fixing and reviving things is very hard, as you say. That's right. With magic, it is much easier to do things like breaking and killing, therefore weak witches who lose to temptation become intoxicated with that power, which they can easily obtain, and neglect their real magic training. Real magic is the power to repair, to revive, to call back happiness which has disappeared, to call back love which has gotten cold. And it can call back a forgotten smile to a princess's face. Then, Beatrice, does that mean that since you could fix the vase, you are an incredible witch? She literally already told you that she did not fix it. My days of training are far from over. After all, I couldn't make the vase forget its fate for even an hour. If it had been my master who taught me magic, I'm sure that she would have been able to restore the vase to its original form forever. If it broke and broke, she could fix it over and over again? Yes. When one reaches that level, they are possessed of endless magical power. That is the endless level that all witches should strive to reach. So I wonder if this is like Beatrice Jr., because it's interesting that when she keeps using the word endless, we know that Beatrice is called the Endless Witch. It's just very interesting, but as a sign of the highest respect to those witches, we call them an Endless Witch. That's right. The witch is holding the power to mend something endlessly. The concept of breaking doesn't even exist. They are released from all of the sadness caused by losing things and are promised eternal bliss. Certainly the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. The other thing could be that the Beatrice that we know, this is actually the same one, but we now know the endless version of her, if that makes sense. Certainly the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to God and ask for the power to withstand the sadness, believing it to be a test. In other words, a human's life is a journey searching for a way to withstand sadness. Okay, Buddha, calm down. In that case, a witch who could revive all things would be freed from all sadness in the world. In other words, it is eternal bliss. I wonder if I could become a witch like you and gain eternal happiness. You, princess? Oh, that'd be a long, long, difficult path, you know. I want to be a witch. I want to be happy. I want to be your disciple. I wonder if this is Maria. I think this is Maria. The fact that she says the disciple, because I think she said in the past that she was the witch's disciple. Do you have even the slightest doubt in that feeling? No. I want to become a witch too. Alright. There. Then, until you get tired of it, princess, I will allow you to be my disciple. Will you call me master? Yes, master. That's a good answer. And from now on, learn the depths of magic along with me. I am also in training. Let us both learn magic the right way and do our best to reach that blissful level. Yes, master. That's very odd. Oh my god, wait. I just realized. Ah, a dream. That face brings me back. Endless Witch, was it? A name that I had yearned for in the past as the highest achievement, now just another one of my titles. No, you can even call it a name. Ooh. Every once in a while, it's nice to feel some satisfaction from that name. Isn't it something that I gained as a result of many days of training? It's a little bit of a waste if I don't feel some gratitude for it every once in a while. I shook my head lightly. If it is called the highest level, that means that there is nothing higher. An eternal dead end, the beginning of eternal boredom. Master said it once, that when one is released from all sadness, it is the same as eternal bliss. Which is why I think Master couldn't reach that level. Eternal bliss means eternal boredom. That's the beginning of eternal torture, but perhaps all things depend on your point of view. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want, can put in as much effort to enjoy it as you want. Boredom is the worst poison that kills all witches. To the great witches who hold the title Lady, this is frighteningly true. It is the eternal poison that tortures them because of the eternal bliss that they have reached. Is it just like the typical, like, where do you want to eat? There's too many options. Now that I have earned the name of Endless Witch, I truly wish to speak with my master again. Was the result of our training really happiness? And I want to talk with her about what true happiness is. Training has no end. When you think you have reached the eternal level, that is the time to regret your immaturity. As if, in answer to my own words, the memory of her saying something like that had entered my mind. I see. I am immature, am I? How nice. How nice. Okay, we're not really getting anywhere right now. Some painfully shrill laughter could be heard. It was from my furniture. Did they break their toy again? Ooh. But Beatrice, this guy stopped moving again. Even though I haven't played enough at all. What a pathetic man. I hadn't even played at all. Let me play. Let me play. Be silent, you Phil. No matter how well Beatrice fixes him, he just breaks right away because you all devour him like starving dogs. You broke him the most, Satan, because you don't know restraint. My apologies, Beatrice. Please forgive my cretinous younger sisters. Fix him quickly. I'm next. I'm next. Who is the first one to show up? The guy stopped moving again. I haven't played enough at all. What a pathetic man. I don't think this is going to be important. What were the... I know Mammon was greed. What was Beelzebub? Beelzebub was a gluttony. Can you not be silent? Shut up. Just from that single yell, the noisy sisters of the Seven States disappeared and hid. They just mess around having as much fun as they want breaking him. They only come to me to clean up afterwards. Good grief. My furniture doesn't let me get bored. What remained after the pieces of furniture hid themselves was just a sloppy mess. There was all that remained of the broken toy. It had no form anymore. Even I find it hard to recall his original form when he looks like this. It's better to make him remember for himself. Oh well. I waved my golden pipe, and I chanted. I made it remember. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Is it going to be Battler? Because if so, then I'm going to be even more convicted in my belief that I put forward. After all, right now, you look like nothing but a huge lump of scrap meat to me. I have no idea which parts are the arms and which parts are the legs. If you don't remember for me, I won't even be able to recall your face. By the power of the magic, the pitiful pieces of meat began to remember what their form had been. Who was connected to who? Where was jointed up with where? That's right, just like that. No, you should be a finger on the left hand. And you the right hand. That's it. Good. Good morning. Feeling awake, Ushirimiya Battler? How truly ironic that being awake is even more like a nightmare. So it was Battler, see? I'm even more convicted in my belief now that maybe each of the episodes correspond to a stake. Greed and gluttony. Interesting that those are the two. Ow. If you would just accept that I'm a witch, you'll quickly awaken from this nightmare, and I'll send you to heaven. I am the king of Mount Purgatory. There's no way out of this hell without my approval. You call this hell? It's no good. Yeah, that's no goddamn good at all. The pain of death, which humans only have to taste once, has been given to you more times than I could count with on all my fingers, and yet, how can you keep talking like that? That is why I never tire. I never tire of you. Yeah, I'm not tiring either. I mean, I get to pick and choose from those busty babes with dazzling asses in my harem. Okay. Thanks to that, I'm not getting tired at all. I'm glad to hear it. Otherwise, I too would be bored. So, my furniture, I fixed him, so you can play as much as you want. Thank you very much. Ha, dibs. Didn't I say you're done? You're done, I'm next. Back off. Ooh, wonderful, isn't it, Battler? You're so popular, aren't you? It's hard being a popular guy. Get in line, you beasts. If you stopped acting all tough and started being honest with yourself, this would be much easier on you. It's alright like this. His screams feel so much better this way. Alright, let's not break him easily this time. Well, do you hear me? You aren't in control. So, Battler, let's continue where we left off, alright? After locking Jessica's room with the master key, how did they return the key to the pocket of the corpse which was inside the room? Because they were in the room themselves. For example, that's it, they used a fishing line or something and just... the key went back into the room through the crack of the door. Wrong. So naive. Of all the doors that exist on Rokkenjima, none has a crack through which a key can slip. Okay, this is interesting. This is good info. But that's also, once again, not really hitting the point that I was talking about. I'm not going to even show it, but I'm just writing this down. He got it wrong. He got it wrong. Right, this time my turn. Where should I strike? Me, back of the hand. Ugh, that's mean. Then the back of the other hand. Ugh. I'll take the tip of the nose. Ugh. Why? Why? Let me do it too. Let me strike too. Ah! You're just slow, Leviane. Jesus. You snooze, you lose has always been how we've done things. Then I'll take the top of his foot. Me too, me too. Fine, I don't care. I'll take his shoulder. Okay, so we're getting pieced up. Your sisters, right? Be nice to each other. How can you withstand that? Why haven't you realized that your false courage actually makes us more excited? Too bad. False courage and being stubborn are my specialty. No matter how you all try to speak in riddles, I definitely won't accept witches and magic. Even though you can't explain anything with human tricks? Are you a moron? Know your place. It's alright, we don't have to force him to accept it. Any moment now he'll break down crying with a desire to accept it. Even now he really wants to kneel down on the ground pitifully and beg for our forgiveness. Okay. He's broken already. Beatrice. Dear me. Since they know that I can revive him over and over, my pieces of furniture don't even hesitate to break him. How troublesome. Endless rebirths give me free reign over endless deaths too. Before the endless witch Beatrice, all death in life has no meaning. Even death can't serve as the key to escape from my cage. So, Battler, remember your original form once more. I'll toy with you over and over again. I see. It truly is pleasant to have a toy to play with for all eternity. I see. Could this be the endless bliss witches gain at the endless level? I see. This certainly is a pleasant bliss. Okay, I'll revive you over and over, kill you over and over. Now then, what kind of murder spree shall I unleash on the next game board? Come, bring the new game board. Why don't we begin the next game, Ushiramiya Battler? Okay, interesting. And into the intro. Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink while this goes. I love it because I don't pay like any attention to what happens here at all. Hey, there's that girl with the twin tails I was talking about. Okay. I wonder if this game's gonna have an MC switch at some point, like what happened in Things. Oh, Daisy's a young girl. Hey, what's up, Battler? Oh, don't tell me. Sorry, I brought like a thing here. Is this jar actually gonna be stuck? Jesus. Oh, there we go. I got it. Hey, we're on the boat again. Sheesh. Anaki's hatred of cigarettes is a real pain in the neck. Sorry. She's been grumpy since late night. Think you can let it slide. Okay, this is interesting. Again, I don't think this really matters too much, but I'm gonna put down, apparently, Ava hates cigarettes. Interesting as to why that is the case, but apparently she does. Rudolph and Hideyoshi went out onto the deck and took out some cigarettes. Ava had always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more oversensitive. The two of them had attempted to spend some relaxed time smoking until they made it to the island, but they had gotten yelled at and chased out onto the deck. Hideyoshi tried to use his lighter, but it didn't go well with all that strong wind on the deck. Rudolph took out a Zippo with a stylish gesture and let Hideyoshi borrow the flame. When did you start smoking, Hideyoshi? Just after the war. In the beginning, I was rolling them. Then I started using what I was selling. Wow. You were already smoking when you met Anaki. I'll bet she's always telling you to stop. I never listened to her, so she's already completely given up on that. Looks like men gotta be stubborn. Hideyoshi laughed heartily, but Rudolph chuckled. After being scolded by Ava and told to smoke outside, they had dejectedly fled to the deck together. There was almost no doubt he was under her thumb. Also, are we done the prologue already? Is this already chapter 1? I want to check. Okay, we're just... Okay, yeah, we are. Oh, well, I should have noticed, yeah, because it switched to Days as a young girl. Again, interesting the way that these chapters lay out. Like, again, I wonder if we're going to get, like, a main character swap. She isn't usually so short-tempered. No, she's usually a more gentle, quiet woman. Every year she changes when this day comes. Interesting. I need to think here. Because my suspicion so far is that the person who is Beatrice, because I think she is masquerading as somebody in the game, she has to be somebody that died every time. And I think it's pretty likely that it's one of the sisters. But the only thing that, or the sisters, one of the women, one of these four. But my initial suspicion was on these two. But they were followed in the first episode. I feel like Rose is probably cleared. I don't know about Natsui. I don't know if Natsui's cleared yet. The only reason I say Natsui's not necessarily cleared yet is the fact that she died like off screen, but we did hear the gunshot. But we have nothing to rule out Ava so far. And the one thing I will say with Ava is that her hair, which we actually can probably switch here, her hair is like surprisingly similar to Beatrice's. They have the exact same, like, not like Beatrice has like some kind of like braided bun back here, it looks like, or it might not even be a bun. She just has like some braided loop of hair back here. Whereas if you look at Ava, it's not really the same type of hair though, because like this hair is like curling kind of, but this part of their hair is exactly the same. She has blue eyes. Does Ava have blue eyes? No, she doesn't. Does anybody have blue eyes? Again, I had Jessica as somebody I worried about. I'm not sold it's not Jessica, bro. I said this before. I am not sold that it's not Jessica. No guarantees it's not her. I remember I said that, like, if you were to look at people who are, like, most suspicious, Rosa, Ava, Jessica at this point, but I don't think, I would say Ava and Jessica are, like, top of the suspect list right now. Although, like I said, it could be that, I mean, if she has magic, right? I mean, she could just change her appearance to be whatever the fuck she wants. We also need to have some description as to who the fuck the white-haired witch was, because they were going by the name Beatrice, but that wasn't the Beatrice we know, so unless she's changed or something, I don't know. But the fact that he says every year she changes when this day comes. So I'm gonna put this. Also, to further support my theory, the reason why I would circle in more on Ava as well is the fact that Ava is one of the people that has died in every episode so far, to be fair. Sample-sided too, it's not that big. But Jessica did at least live in the one. She died in the last one, so it doesn't really... I will say, I was watching Joseph Anderson's playthrough of the parts that I've already played. Obviously not going past where I've been, but he, at least in the early stream, I've only seen I think one stream so far, one or two. Ava's voice actress is so good. And apparently it's Takano's voice actress from Higurashi, which makes sense. Takano was a pretty good character. Is that so? To me, she looks just like the Aneki we've all known for so long. There's Aneki and Aneki. Aneki we've all known for so long. That's right, she goes back to be an Ava of the Ushirimiya family, but that's different from the Ava who's with me. Well, I can understand why she's grumpy. This family conference is going to be a pain. Sure is. They're planning to threaten money out of Kraus. It's a family conference only in name. Really, it's just a fight between siblings. Okay, so this is interesting. For the family conference ahead of them, the three siblings excluding Kraus had made a secret contract. Each of them had a pressing situation. They all needed money now, and urgently needed a lot of money. And the only one who could help them was Kraus, who spoke for the Ushirimiya head since Kinzo was shut up in his study. Also, probably only going to be live for like, I think we're just going to get a taster to start this chapter. I'll say that like, probably get to like 3 or 4 chapters in, just because I want to try and get my sleep schedule a little bit more regular. I'm fine if I'm like ending around this time, but I don't want to be starting around this time anymore. We're 3 hours in, I'll say like probably a 6-hour cap. They had long felt that Kraus had started taking advantage of Kinzo's loss of interest in his own wealth, and was embezzling that wealth for his own use. When everything had been going well for the siblings, even though they had found it detestable, they had pretended not to notice. But now that they needed money, they couldn't just quietly accept that. Ava had called Rudolph and Rosa into an alliance, and they were planning to exploit. So again, this is another thing that's important to know. The other thing too, where I was talking about Beatrice potentially being somebody in the game, the other thing that we need to know is that when I said that Beatrice could be somebody else in every game, it's also possible that Beatrice isn't just like, because there's 2 possibilities, right? There's a possibility that Beatrice is showing up because she is on the island, like she owns the island. I don't think Beatrice is coming from off of the island to this area. Like George brought up in the earlier episode, it's more likely that Kinzo bought this island because the gold was already here and this was her domain, right? She already had control over this island in some form. So, I think it's pretty unlikely that there is like a Beatrice that exists outside of Rokkenjima. Now, what I do think is potentially likely is when I was saying there's multiple people, I think that Beatrice has the potential. I think I even put it up somewhere in here. That's possession. No. Yeah, right here. Not necessarily an individual, perhaps a possessing spirit. I think it's possible that, like, let's say for sake of argument right now, let's say it is Ava, right? Let's say that Ava is Beatrice. I don't think the Ava that's outside the island is Beatrice. I don't think that makes sense. And I think that follows with what, what's it called? I think that follows with what Hideyoshi is saying. Sorry, my notes on my screen aren't centered. They're centered for you guys, but not for me. There we go. That follows with what Hideyoshi was just saying, too. That, there's like 2 different Avas. I don't think that Beatrice is a person from the outside. There's 2 possibilities. Is either Beatrice is doppelganging in the sense that she's like pulling up and she is like killing people. And then, there's a potential that she's killing someone on the island like I was talking about, and then like doppelganging, and she's like changing her form to be that person. So maybe that there's actually like an extra killing that happens every single time. Excuse me, where she basically kills somebody on the island, takes over their form, you know. But I think what's more likely is that Beatrice is just possessing somebody. And then that also means that who Beatrice is from episode to episode could change, because it might not be the same person that she possesses. Regardless. But this is important to note that, again, Ava apparently was the one who drew up the agreement. I didn't even finish this. Will this become important? Maybe not, but... Rudolph, both you and I are company presidents. We're responsible for the livelihood of our employees. Rosa's a president too? Well, as a hobby. That's right, sorry. In short, all of us are bearing some burden. Now that I've thrown the gauntlet down in front of the executive board, I gotta bring in the money, even if it means I have to grovel or even drink mud. Same here. I can't betray my employees who have trusted me and followed me for so long. That's why I gotta get some money out of Kraus, even if I have to grab him by the neck. Aneki has always been at odds with Aniki. and now she has to have a full-on confrontation with him. That's probably enough to make her grumpy. So Ava has always been on bad terms with Kraus then. She doesn't talk to you about it? Definitely, yeah, in a really big way. She won't tell me about the past even if I ask. She probably doesn't want to remember. Huh. Interesting. Aneki has always been smart and shrewd. So this is another thing. I'll add this. This one feels like it's very front-loaded out of nowhere. Her grades were good too. Compared to that, Aniki was just average. Her just being there beside him should have been enough pressure, but Aneki kept boasting about it and driving Aniki into a corner. Silly girl. Why be openly hostile like that and drive him into a corner? That's not being shrewd. Aha, seriously. Aneki regretted being born a woman. She probably couldn't forgive Aniki for getting to succeed the head just because he was a man. So she'd always take every opportunity to boast to Dad that she was superior. Okay. I don't know how to... Interesting. Father really is an old-fashioned person. His values discriminate between men and women. You think that Father disliked Ava a bit since she likes to make herself conspicuous? I was gonna say now I wonder if it was Ava that was talking to Beatrice, but now even more so I'm sitting there like, I don't think it is, because the other thing too that I'm wondering in this whole thing, I think I said this at a previous point too, it's also possible that Beatrice isn't even necessarily possessing someone. I think I said at this stream, it could be that she's bestowing magic powers to someone. I don't know, it's just like, Uh-oh, here comes Kraus, anti-suffragist, incoming. Don't you think that schooling for women is like sugar and black tea? Without it, it's bland, but too much of it ruins the tea. Jesus fucking Christ. Since you can still drink black tea without sugar, it was exactly the same as saying that study was unnecessary for a woman. Those infuriating words were ones that my older brother had abused me with when I had been in despair, wanting to go to college but denied by Father. I had protested that advancing to college was essential if I was to acquire the education and class befitting the eldest daughter of the Ushirimiya family. But the replies I received from Father and my brother were, in summary, exactly the same. How conceited for a woman. Since the time I was born into the Ushirimiya family, I hadn't taken that name lightly even once. And furthermore, nor had I ever taken lightly Father's name, Ushirimiya Kinzo. It was an old family with a long history, but it had lost all its wealth and its business in the Great Kanto earthquake and almost sank for a time. Then Father, with his ingenious talent, had taken control and revived it to be even greater than it had been before. I hadn't forgotten even once what it meant to be the daughter of that great Ushirimiya Kinzo. Therefore, I had always made every effort to become worthy of that name, class worthy of the Ushirimiya family, schooling, manners, and leadership. Even if I was far from reaching Father's level, I deepened my knowledge in economics and finance and tried to improve myself so that I could help out with that at any time. However, in the end, there never came a time when Father acknowledged that. To Father, a woman was only meant to support a man and nothing further than that was permissible. I wonder when it was that I understood that. I probably understood ever since I was a young girl, but to truly accept it, I had to wait until I had grown up. Compared to my own effort, you couldn't have said that Kraus was my older brother by 2 years. Okay, so this is, I'm gonna write this in my notes, not that it's actually like important at all, but apparently Kraus is 2 years older than Ava. I shouldn't put apparently. 2 years older than Ava. I don't know if there's a way at some point in the future, I'll probably look it up when I'm done with the game if there is like an actual listed age for everybody, but I do want to know what the actual age gap is. If we can probably deduce it a little bit by like the gap between them, but I don't know if we'll be able to figure out their actual age. Knowing the gap between them doesn't really tell us anything but when they were born, just the gap between them. Tried it all to become deserving of the Ushirimiya family name. Ever since we were young, my brother kept saying that it was natural that he'd succeed father just because he was born a man. He kept repeating that as though it were an absolute gap between us. I couldn't stand it. Even though I always got better grades than my brother, even though I became class president while he was stuck as vice president of his class, even so my brother was considered to be the appropriate person to succeed the Ushirimiya family just because he was a man. Now, of course, you could get away with gender discrimination in those days. No, it was even considered a virtue in those days. It was a time when women were looked down upon, and it was said that when a woman is born, she is to obey her parents. When she gets married, she is to obey her husband. And when she gets old, she is to obey her children. But because that way of thinking existed, I wanted to overturn it. Innocently, I kept trying to prove that I was the most fit. However, eventually I realized that all my efforts were doomed from the beginning. This is terrible. Are you gonna try and make me feel bad for Ava despite her being like a colossal bitch through 2 episodes so far? Don't you think that schooling for women is like sugar and black tea? Without it, it's bland, but too much of it ruins the tea. What do you mean by that, Nissan? In the same way that there are things that only men can do, there are also things that only women can do, are there not? I think things like giving birth to children, raising them, and supporting their husband can only be done by women. Okay, baby, we're getting into the red pill debate. Let's go. Are you trying to say there's no need for women to do things like work and study? I wouldn't go that far. Unschooled women are tiring just to talk to. However, women who are too smart are even more tiring. I think that a woman like you, who vehemently asserts herself, would cause her future husband a lot of trouble. Are you trying to say that a woman must marry and stay in the shadow of their husband? That's none of your business. Okay, Ava's gonna start winning my heart now after being a bitch for 2 episodes. Sorry. I admire you as my little sister for feeling that you should respect father and become a proper daughter for him. Even I can respect that. Disgusting. What is this? Watashi. Okay, again, this is another, like, Japanese meme that... You've always used ore. Ore. Are you already pretending to be the head? It was decided that I would succeed the head from the beginning, and yet you seem to be laboring under the illusion that you can become the head, and have just been making useless and reckless attempts to do that. Reckless attempts, you say? Is my saying that I want to go to college really that odd? Yes, it is odd. Indeed, you are the eldest daughter of the glorious Ushirimiya family. Eventually, you will bear the responsibility of that family crest and be wed to the partner who is most valuable for father. However, that will be demanded of you when, However, what will be demanded of you then is not an excess of knowledge. It is gentle feelings to care for your husband, an ability in housework, and it is a humble demeanor that will support the master of your household. You are completely lacking in all of those things. In the end, is that really proper for a daughter of the Ushirimiya family? I have no intentions of being a secluded daughter. I just want to become the best person who can help father with his work. In which case, should you not be aiming to become worthy as a daughter of the Ushirimiya family? What is it with you? Even at this age, you still act like a man, you're careless with housework and cooking, and you never wear any makeup to please men. Are they just trying to make Kraus the most, like, unlikable? Like, dude, get this guy with Andrew Tate in Romania, man. This guy would be a perfect guest on his podcast. Recently, I've heard that you've been training to learn how to brawl. It's true. That's rude. It isn't brawling. The martial arts are the perfect training for the mind. And, at the proper time, I can act like a woman well enough. What are you trying to say? That women should be slaves who work for men? The women must not step out in front? Is that what you're trying to say? It isn't elegant to admit that, but in order to correct your mistake, I think that a few unpleasant words are necessary. So let me say it plainly. Oh god, bro. Here we go. The misogyny understanders entered the room. Women exist to serve men, and men exist to cultivate women. A woman's job is to protect a man's back, to protect their house and raise their children. Normally they don't have to be told that to realize it. They realize it by themselves. But no matter how old you get, you haven't realized that about yourself. So as your brother, I will clear away that misunderstanding for you before you exit this house into society. You should thank me. That is an insult to all women. No, wait. I have never thought of myself as a woman. I've never depended on anyone because I'm a woman. How am I inferior to you, Nissan? In grades, in accomplishments, I'm better than you in everything. So how can you look down on me when you don't have anything I don't, except being a man? It's about whether or not you know your place. Every day I've been raised so that I would be prepared to be the next head. In the future, that will definitely be essential. But you are different. Even though you will marry and lose the Ushirimiya family name, you keep seeing this illusion that you don't need to see. What are you so unsatisfied about? Even if you were born as a man, it still wouldn't be you who would succeed the head. What's so unsatisfying that you keep attacking me? Okay, to be fair, as much as he's like a total douche right now, I mean, you still are second in line, right? Like, regardless, even if you were born a man, like, I mean, you'd still be behind him, right? But what's so unsatisfying, you say? Nissan, you are always. You claim yourself as a successor, looking down on me. And despite that... What's so unsatisfying, he says? A billion grudges, hard feelings, humiliations that I'll never forget crossed through the back of my mind. And all of them built up at the same time. Coming out of my throat is nothing more than a shameful moan. What is all this noise? God isn't the only one who values silence. Father. Father! Our sibling fight was probably overheard. Father entered with a clearly displeased face. See, this is the other weird thing too, though, is that Kinzo, despite being apparently this upholder of like the traditional values crowd, guy is like hard simping for Beatrice. He gave Natsui the ability to say, hey Natsui, by the way, like you have the one wing engraved in your heart, you don't need it on your body. And it's like, okay, damn. So like, again, I don't know if he's just saying that because Natsui does like the typical woman thing, that's why she deserves to be more, because she serves that role better. I don't know. Rouse, are you fighting with your siblings again? Why do you not have the dignity to lead your siblings? How shameful. You are a joke of an eldest son. In a flash, he struck Kraus's face. I prepared myself to be struck in the very same way, but I wasn't hit. My apologies, father. Dignity isn't the only thing that you lack. There's much more. You're immature in everything, and even so you pretend like you're an adult. Realize that it's 100 years too early for you to talk like that, and devote yourself to your studies. Don't make me lament my son's incompetence anymore. Yes, I will continue to strive so that I can become a person worthy to succeed you, father. It was as if those words were directed at me. Even when he was being yelled at by father, he was still bragging to me about how he was special, about how he was the successor. I just couldn't stand it, and finally spoke what was on my mind, even though I realized that this was improper of a person of the Ushirimiya family. Father, please tell me how I am inferior. Until today I've tried so hard, studied so hard to become a person who would not shame your name. Please, tell me, in what way am I inferior? How can I improve myself so that you will accept me? Are you still talking about that? How many times do I have to tell you? I have no expectations for you whatsoever. A woman should just learn cooking and sewing, like a woman. You have none of the necessary attitude of a woman. I can't sense any of the disposition needed to serve a husband, the heart to devote yourself to a man. What good are you as a woman? Do you realize that you are a daughter of the Ushirimiya family? And yet the only thing you want to learn is how to act like a man. Your duty is not to act like Kraus. Do you even understand your own duty? As a person of the Ushirimiya family, I won't embarrass your name. That's it. Right there, you're already wrong. Your duty is to marry out of the family and bring me a man who is profitable to me. And then devote yourself to your husband. Be fruitful and multiply. Be a good wife who brings praise to your husband's family. What can you do that is capable of pleasing a man? Do you think you can make tea? Do you have any talent in cooking? You have nothing. All you have done is try to act like Kraus. Kraus will succeed the Ushirimiya family. If you're unsatisfied with that, then you are disobeying me. Are you saying that you won't even listen to what I say even though you're my daughter? Get out. You're disinherited. I won't let you use the name Ushirimiya. Disinherited, disinherited. Ugh. Father, stay strong. Please calm down. Genji, could you bring some water? Yes, immediately. Ava, leave this place. He doesn't mean what he says. I will calm him down. Disinherited. If you won't listen to me, you're disinherited. As father struggled with a fit of heavy coughs, my brother patted his back, as if that were naturally his duty. It was so vexing for me then to let him monopolize that duty. If I approached father carelessly, I'd probably be hit again. However, I fearlessly tried to approach father's back. Genji blocked me. Ava, it would probably be better if you stepped outside for now. The master is not in a good mood today. But, why are my children so incompetent? Kraus is lacking in dignity. Ava never moves on from being a stubborn tomboy. I have no manly son, not even a womanly daughter. Where did I go wrong raising them? Why, Genji? When and where and how did I go so wrong? My lord, you have done nothing wrong. Kraus has grown into a sturdy son, and Ava into a lovely daughter. Yo, shout out Genji, okay? Positive affirmation. Even if he might be capping a little bit in some areas. Kraus, you suck. You haven't made any mistakes. In what way? In what way is she lovely? Far from a lady. She's always acting like a man. Disinherited. Disinherited. Father, I was just warning Ava about that very thing. Ava too promised that she would have a change of heart and begin acting like a lady. Couldn't you postpone that for just a little longer? Lady my foot. Okay, yeah, we get it, bro. Go quickly and I'll handle this for you. Kraus gave me a look telling me that. Okay, man, I'm on Ava's side, though. Fuck Kraus, man. That guy's a dickhead. No wonder she wanted to get back at him. Did I take the wrong path, just like father and my brother had said? They were right that I had never studied how to be a lady. Everything I had learned was because I'd hoped that I could help Father someday. Wait, was that really the case? Hadn't I always held a growing sense of rivalry with my brother, with whom I'd had a bad relationship since I was a young girl? Wasn't I just trying to get the better of him by stealing his position as successor to the head? Every time, my brother told me that men should be manly and women should be womanly. The interesting thing, though, which I'm sure she'll get to at some point, is how the fuck did she keep her name on the register then? I know she talked about how they used the fact that Natsui couldn't get pregnant. Maybe it was just that Kinzo was in like a very bad mood with thing, but you would think that because of the sex-based discrimination she's been getting hit with, that, yeah, I don't know. You would think that he still would never agree to that, but I'd been tormented by this unreasonable discrimination because of my sex, something I was born with and couldn't do anything about. I had resisted, had endeavored to study until today so that I could prove that I wasn't inferior even though I was a woman. In that case, wasn't the basis of my love of learning just a boring inferiority complex towards my brother? He's gonna get approached by Beatrice right now. I think the consistent trend we've seen is it seems like somebody gets approached by Beatrice that's not Maria, and it seems like it's one of the siblings or one of the people related to one of the siblings, and then that person kind of lives. Because it was Natsui in the first one, it was Rosa in the second one, and now it's starting to seem like it's going to be Ava in the third one. Father had expected me to be a lady with whom he could go out in public and not be embarrassed. Had I betrayed that expectation and earned grades to intimidate my brother just to clear away the pent-up resentment from my childhood? Get ready, here she comes, I promise you. Ooh. Is this young Ava? That's not it. He vowed to me that I would become the successor to the Ushirimiya family. You. The one who came whispering to me was myself, born in my heart on the day I made that vow, myself on that day as a little girl. Why does she have blue eyes here, though? You notice that? She does not have blue eyes here, but she does back then. Now I'm starting to, the Ava is Beatrice thing is, you know, the starting to stack up even more. That's right. She was my only ally. Whenever I was suffering, whenever I felt like I could take no more, she would always quietly appear and take my side. Whenever I found myself with my head in my hands, stumbling over difficult problems, she would always appear and support me. As I had grown and forgotten my time as a girl, I'd also begun to forget my conversations with her. I, Ushirimiya Ava, will definitely become the head of the Ushirimiya family, and I'll triumph over that irritating, arrogant Kraus. On that day, we promised to do our best together to achieve that. Or maybe this isn't her? This could be like a witch that she only sees, maybe. That's right, we promised. On that day, that I would become the successor to the head. On that day when I had been overcome with sadness, wondering why I was even alive, you appeared inside me and lent me your strength. Okay, we're gonna pause this right now. This is... meeting, I can't spell. I almost spelled it like meat, like... you know. I don't want to speculate too much on like what her role might be, but the fact that she is like has the form of a person makes me think that it might be like some witchly power, but again, like it doesn't seem like all the witches. Wait, pause. No, all the witches do see somebody. Because if we think back, again, Higurashi spoiler here. I'm starting to wonder if this is true. Oh god, this is like a huge revelation if this is the case. I don't know if this makes sense what I'm trying to say. Because at the start of the game, when Battler, or not Battler, whoever it was, I thought it was Maria, because it had to be one of the grandchildren, right? And Maria was talking about the disciples. The only thing is, it doesn't really look like Maria. I don't know if it has to look like themselves, because Hanyu did kind of look like her, but it wasn't exactly the same. But this kind of looks like, if I get rid of this kind of looks like Ava, but like also kind of not. It looks like a mix of like Ava and Beatrice. She has like Beatrice's like face, but has like Ava's hair. I don't know. I almost don't want to speculate because I feel like they're just gonna tell me. But like, I'm wondering now, like, because even more so, then this makes me wonder, like, is that why Beatrice appears different in the last chapter and why she didn't? But no, but she did show up sometimes in the dress. I think it'd be more likely they'd be Kinzo, not Battler. I don't want to say antiquated, because antiquated has like a bad, I would say like more like, I don't know, there's something very weird about this with like people having, I don't know, let's just continue. All I'm going to say is that I won't be surprised if this is like Ava's representation of like her witch form in the same way that Rika in Higurashi had Hanyu. But then Maria confuses me. The problem is it doesn't make sense though. Okay, I didn't realize I closed it. I said like, and then I say, why do so many people, Rosa, Maria, all the servants, see Beatrice in the same dress style form? Do they have their own that the game is omitting? Like, do they have their own version of like this? You can't see my cursor because it doesn't show up on the thing, but do they have their own version of like this Ava thing? Ava's witch, or whoever this is? Or like, am I just off base and this thing is wrong? I don't know. Okay, enough theorizing though, but this is interesting. The fact that she said it awakened to her. I feel like magic almost, I don't know. I wanted Father to accept me. I wanted to get the better of my brother. I believed that if I could do that, I could forever part ways with that wretched part of myself. In those days, I had really believed that I had no other purpose in life than to be looked down upon by my brother. It's painful just remembering those days. The wound, the tear that split open in my heart. She taught me how to sew up that wound. I would change my anger into effort and improve myself, and become a person more worthy to be the head than Kraus was, and triumph over him by making Father accept me. The perfect revenge. Oh my god, wait. Dude, I have like so many theories. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I have a very interesting theory depending on how they name this character. I want to see what Ava calls this character. Because if she says, look, I'm gonna put my prediction out there. We saw at the start of the game there was another person that had magic access to someone who was magical, whose name was Beatrice. But it was not the Beatrice that we knew. What I'm gonna wonder right now I wonder more and more now if because that person was an Ushiramiya, that all the Ushiramiyas see a representation of her, if that makes sense. But that's just the name they call her. They just call her Beatrice, but it might not be the same one. Maybe the older one is Kinzo's, and that's why it has that form. It has the older style dress form. And then maybe the one that we saw in the game, maybe that was somebody else who had the magic power. I don't know if the furniture would extend to this or if it would only be the 3. Because in my mind, the only people, if we look at the character tab... Fuck, I don't know how to word what I'm trying to say. If you have Battler, so if we go to the witch side, right? It doesn't show it anymore. But when we looked... Also, this is like 100% Beatrice's face, bro. That's on whoever we're looking at right now. But if we go to this side, right? We know so far that in that end of chapter 2, it showed the 3 people that had the magic power, which was Maria, Battler, and Kinzo. Okay? I was theorizing at the start that it was Maria that we were playing as at the start of the game because of the using the words disciple, but I noticed that that Beatrice doesn't look like the Beatrice that we always see, right? And then I'm thinking that I wonder if the Beatrice that we saw, that would have to be Kinzo's, because he painted that portrait, right? He made that portrait, so it had to be in his image that he saw her. There was one that we just saw in the last episode. We don't know who that Beatrice belongs to. But what I'm going to say is that if Ava says this is Beatrice, I'm going to start to think that Beatrice is a feature of the Ushiromiya blood. That there is like a representation or a projection of her that shows up if you are an Ushiromiya. Because again, it doesn't make any sense why the person at the start of the game would say grandkid, would call them, because the reason why it has to be Maria is if we look at the I guess it could be Jessica too, but we don't have any belief that Jessica has any magical power right now. And if we look at that more, we sit there and we say, so we know that Maria has magic ability, we know that she's like a mage of some kind, we know that the Beatrice that was present there was calling Maria princess, also of note, crown. Not that necessarily means anything, but was calling her princess, and she talked about how she was a grandchild of Kinzo's, right? So if she's a grandchild, it has to be one of these 4. Well, we know it's not these 2, because why would they call you princess? And then it leaves Jessica and Maria. I do still think that Jessica would logically make more sense given the being on the island, because Jessica would be there more often. So maybe it's possible that we were viewing Jessica's POV, but for either way, it actually doesn't really matter for the sake of who it is. I assume it's Maria because of the magic ability, but potentially Jessica has a magic ability that we don't know about yet. But my point being that any of the people who have awakened to magic ability see Beatrice, but maybe it's not the same form of Beatrice, and that makes sense why Kinzo's is the one with like the dress. He's older. He would be more into, I don't want to say like that Victorian style. Victorian's not even like the correct word that I would use to describe it, but you have like that more old-timey look, and it would make sense because he's like the oldest dude. He's the one that painted that portrait. That's what influences everybody else's thing. But then it's really weird that another one shows up in that in the last chapter, but nobody else. You would almost think that it would be Rosa's, because Rosa was like the focus of the chapter. Fuck, this is like, I hope what I'm saying is very clear right now. And it's all, literally all of it is because this character looks like you literally took Beatrice's face and you just smashed Ava's hair on top of it. I just, there's something funky about it. And if they didn't give me that prologue chapter, let me open up the notes. If they didn't give me the prologue chapter right here, where did I put it? I have it in here like Beatrice. When I said, she has white hair. And when they talk about a master, the only thing that I could imagine is that you have like an actual like master. Like let's say it's not that you have different representations, but that like you have like a different, I don't want to say like fragment, that doesn't really make sense. You have like Beatrice, she is the endless witch. But what I'm wondering is like, I think I might have even said it, like, is this Beatrice, I think I said it when I was playing the prologue, is this Beatrice like under Beatrice and she just like by happenstance calls all of them Beatrice? And maybe they're assigned to certain people that have like magic ability, or if they awake to it. I don't know. It's just very weird to me that they all have the same name. They all refer to them as Beatrice, but they look so different. Because even when Beatrice so far, the one that we know, has changed what she looks like, she still looks like about the same. She doesn't, you know, her hair is the same, her face is the same, but like, you know, her outfit changes. But like that, this isn't the same, right? This is a different hair color. Like, outfit, I guess we can't really pull, I guess this could be Beatrice. But the other one, like, didn't look like Beatrice at all. The only thing is it Beatrice at like different stages of her life? I don't know. Again, I don't want to... Let's just continue, but my Babe Ruth theory, which I'm going to put right here. I don't know how to word what I'm trying to say. I don't know. I don't know how to word what I'm going to say because I don't have enough info, but it's like... Okay, I don't want to waste too much time on that, but I want to continue. I know I'm literally stalled for probably like 20 or 30 minutes. Something is fucked here. This looks too much like Beatrice. Ava talks about how that day she awakened to this. I don't know. There's something weird going on. But if I could become so superior that I could overturn that, then surely even Father would select me to be his successor. If that happened... Also, this could play into the fact of like, how did Ava convince Kenzo? Because nothing would have changed of his opinion, but what if she proved that she had magical talent, right? Because maybe this witch is granting her magical powers. I don't know, this is very weird. Dude, are we gonna find out this is all like Pokemon and like all the fucking magic users have witches that are at their disposal that they're all like using against each? I'm so like... I don't know. This game is blowing my fucking mind. We're like 2 chapters in. This is not the turn I was expecting this game to take. If that happened, then I could have the greatest, ultimate, most perfect revenge against my brother. The other thing too is like... I wonder if there's like a tie-in with women. I mean, witches by definition are women. And so then, I wonder if it has something to do with the women of the family? I don't know. Again, it's weird to me though, because the only thing that doesn't line up with this is then why would there be so many other people that saw Beatrice that see her in different forms? The only thing is, the witch that we saw... The one that we... I don't know. Because the other ones... I don't know, it doesn't make sense, because the servants even called the Beatrice that showed up in the different outfit Beatrice, but like that also is literally her name. It could also be they have the same name, I don't know. Who acted like it was completely natural for him to succeed the head. Right. If we do that, then the wounds in our hearts will be healed. We promised each other we would do our best until that day came. And yet you're breaking this promise? Scum. Coward. Want to give up and die forever. Even though she has the form of my young self, she is still another me. Okay, so... Like, is Ava wearing fucking contacts? Like, I just don't understand. Why does she have blue eyes? She has a sharp tongue. After all, she's me. It really makes me mad hearing that from myself. You have no right to speak of me like that. And let's use that anger and learn from it. Changing anger into power is my magic. I've saved you from several predicaments with that power and allowed you to achieve things that should have been impossible. Dude, that is what it fucking was. She did. This other Ava has said... I'm typing this. As long as you have my magic, there's nothing you can't do. That's right. Anger has always been my driving force. I wonder when it was that I forgot that. If you've remembered me again, then magic is ours once more. Come on, let's turn that anger into power and endeavor in our studies even more, alright? I'm sure we still have a lot more studying than we need to do. Let's go to college, study more and more, get excellent grades, and drive Kraus into a corner. That guy makes a face as though we're nothing, but I'm sure he feels pretty well cornered in his heart. If only he would just learn his place and die. If he did, we could become the head. Rudolph will be nice enough to decline. The kid can't go against us. Stop that. Even if I study more, Father still won't accept me. Why? Father is telling me to be womanly, no matter how hard I try. I also don't know if this is in the past still, or if this is... I'm gonna put this here. I don't know, this is so confusing. Why is this such a front-loaded fucking episode, man? Father is telling me to be womanly, no matter how hard I try, as long as I'm a woman, Father will never pass on the headship to me, even if I've been born before Nissan. No matter how much effort I put in, I can't become anything more than a woman. I won't be accepted. I can't surpass Nissan, who doesn't try at all. I will always be... Also, she mentioned Rudolph. At that time, well, but Rudolph would have had to have been alive. I don't think the age gap is that big. This has to be current. This has to be the current day. Father and Kraus are the worst kind of male supremacists. I wish they'd just fucking die already. Based? She actually is kind of... Normally I do fine, I'm not gonna lie to you. I do find a lot of the I hate men crowd a little bit like cringe and over the top sometimes, but like if you're talking about men like this, like Kraus and like Kenzo, hey man, they deserve it, so I'm on your side. She would curse in my place. Words I couldn't say carelessly, she would say for me. Even though I understood that she was just another part of myself inside of me, I felt like she was the only ally I had who would say... Okay, so this is interesting. So, now this is weird, is that... So this might not even be another like outside entity. This could just be like a form of Ava. Like she literally might have like a person in her head that she talks to. Like this might not be a witch. Which then blows up my whole other theory that I just wasted 30 minutes talking about, Smile. However, while sympathy might calm my heart somewhat, it wouldn't do anything to improve my current situation. In the end, she could only console me when I was dejected by reality, and for the amount of time I needed to accept it. Thank you. That's enough now. Now that it's come to this, I'll become such a good lady that I'll surprise Father. I'll find an excellent man. See, but this is weird, though. Well, I guess, again, Rudolph would have still had to have been around. I don't know. I'll find an excellent man that Nissan can't even be compared with. No, that's no good. She rejected my timid thoughts. I know why. Because she is me. I know why. But again, why does she have blue eyes? This makes me think that Ava is the actual real Beatrice, but it doesn't even make sense. Father says, or at least right now he says, that he won't let a woman succeed the head, but that's never been anything more than a rule that Father decided on. Since Father's decided on it, he can... This is true, because it's not based on anything. Like, I mean, this is just on his own whim, that if his whims change, which it seems like in the future, somehow Ava must have proved herself that she was able to, because how would she ever be next in succession? It seems like he blew up this rule, so maybe Kenzo isn't a lost cause, but Kraus, fuck you, bro. People's feelings can change many more times than there are grains of sand on a beach. Even if we don't prove that Kraus is a stupid man, Father will eventually realize it. At that time, the ridiculous wall that separates man from woman will be demolished. Okay, yeah. So she's basically giving you the game plan of what happened with Natsui and with Kraus. That if you approach at the right time... Also, her face looks like very uncanny valley right now. I don't know why. Maybe it's just how it looks on my screen. It actually doesn't look that bad when I look at in a smaller window, but I don't know. With the size it is on my screen, it looks a bit funky. But it sounds like what she's saying is that there's going to be a time that comes when you can apply pressure at the perfect time where he won't even care anymore that you're a woman and he'll acknowledge your acceptance. So I think what he's going to say is that Kraus has been so inferior as a successor. He's failed so possibly, like so hard, that he literally can't even provide a baby. they would next continue the line. And Natsuhi took that as like a personal slight, but it might be all along, and that might be why Kenzo was really sympathetic to Natsuhi in that, and I think in chapter 1, or episode 1 rather, where he wasn't like shitting on Natsuhi because it wasn't actually Natsuhi that like was the problem, maybe it was Kraus all along. And so if she pushes on the pressure point at the exact right time, when Kenzo is feeling the inadequacy of Kraus even more, like during this whole pregnancy ordeal when he couldn't get Natsuhi pregnant, that she could break down that wall and get herself a position, you know? That day will surely come. How can you say surely? Because that is my magic. If you'll just believe, the magic will surely create a miracle. The basis of my magic is nothing more than your believing heart. Okay. I'm just gonna call her the other Ava. We're gonna call her O Ava, okay? Just for the future of notes in stream, if you're reading this, we're gonna call this O Ava. Until we get a name for her, I might even still call her O Ava. For short form for other Ava. I know I put the... Which I guess sort of makes sense. Again, they've told us in the whole game that magic is something that is based off belief, you know? If I can use magic, then surely until the day I die, I'll never have to doubt that someday I will become the head. But I don't know if that is the right thing for Ushiramiya Ava. Shouldn't I aim... I'm gonna say, though, I don't think Ava is Beatrice for one simple fact, and I could be proved wrong. They might, like, double fake me out, but... Again, Higurashi spoiler shit. They went through a lot of jumps in Higurashi, or this like every mystery thing. Like, how often is it that the first person that pops up is who ends up being like the villain in the end? Unless they do like a double fake on me, I feel like they would not be giving me this much of an insight. I like, put it this way. Let's say they were going to reveal who the person behind everything was in this, right? Let's say under the assumption that Beatrice is somebody that's one of the 18 or whatever. Why would they reveal it to me now in chapter 3? I'm not saying that it's impossible, I'm just saying I don't think it would be very likely. Like, they did not reveal in Higurashi, who is the actual, like, puppet master behind everything, until chapter 7 of 8. And I don't imagine that would happen here now, which, it's one of those weird things where, like, it's like when you're watching a mystery show or something, and you have a suspicion that it's somebody, and then when it's like, you know, 20 minutes into the thing, they're like, I think it's this guy. And the second that they say that, you're like, okay, damn, well, now I know it's not that guy, because there's no fucking way that they're gonna out who the dude is that quickly, you know? So now I'm starting to think even more so that Ova is different. Should I call her Ova? Because she's like an egg? Maybe Ova is a better name. We're calling her Ova. It rolls off the tongue better. We're calling her Ova, just so you see in the notes. Going forward, it's not O-Ava now, it's Ova. We're calling her Ova for other Ava. Okay, deal with it. Shouldn't I aim to become the kind of lady that Father hoped for? Someone he can take out into society and boast about. Father might take a better view of me if I were reborn. Maybe my brother could find his own lifestyle and I could find mine. It seems like more and more Kraus is kind of just inadequate in every way. What it sounds like right now is that Umineko is just saying, like, fuck Kraus. But besides, no matter what, I just can't imagine that my father, stubborn as he is, would not allow a woman, or would not only allow a woman to succeed the head, but also skip my older brother and select me for the headship. You don't believe? I was just thinking. Maybe I can't succeed the head, but as a woman, I can have a child, and Nissan still isn't engaged. If Nissan doesn't manage to have children and I do, then wouldn't the next head after Nissan be my child? So is it actually born by, like, age? Is that actually how it works? Does it go by age of the thing? No, we already know it doesn't work like that because... Oh, she's saying if he doesn't at all. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, because no, we know that it follows, like, the familial line. We went over this because this was a big thing that I was, like, pressed about. It was like, if it goes like this. It goes Kenzo, then it goes Kraus, then it would go Jessica, then it goes Ava, then it goes, it's like this. We went over this in one of the prior episodes, because I was about to say, it doesn't make any sense why they would talk about Jessica being the head one day, because Jessica theoretically would be behind, like, 4 siblings. Like, she would be the head at some point, but she'd be old as fuck. And she's saying that even if I don't get the succession, if you have a boy, her kid, because if he doesn't have any kids and he dies, right, he's gone. And if they say that they don't recognize her, then if she has a boy, then he would be recognized. Wouldn't that basically mean the same thing as stealing the headship from Nissan? Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. It will indeed be quite sad to throw away the determination from my years as a young girl. It will pain my heart to betray you, my younger self. but this way is the most realistic. In that moment, my body changed, and I was no longer myself from back then, but as I am now, a wife and a mother, in quotes. Yes, this is a dream. Even so, she still possessed the same ambition and desire as always, and she argued back, with her expression displaying clear displeasure at this change. So I think like what Ova is going to try and argue here is that Ova is going to say like, bro, you're not actually living your dream, you're just like, you're ruining it. You're like making your dream fit their world, and that's not like, one of the great things about dreams is they don't necessarily have to be based in reality. That's why they're dreams, right? And Ova is going to argue like, this is just not, also, even if they do give her an official name, I'm still calling her Ova, just letting you know right now. But yeah, it's like, it doesn't even make sense, I guess, that why would, sorry, I just had a total stroke. I think what Ova's going to try and argue is that it's like, why would you ever just capitulate to their thing? Because you're playing by their rules, like you're playing their game. You're trying to dream of like a different game where the rules are entirely changed, where you actually could be the successor. And she's saying you're trying to play by their rules and make it so like, oh, Kraus has no kids, and then your kid will become the leader. But like, that's such a goofy way to think about it. Like, why don't you want yourself to lead? But lead, rather. Are you throwing away your dreams? Are you even throwing me away? I'm not throwing anything away. It's just that I've become an adult. The time has come for us to go our separate ways. That's right. You've already become an adult. You've even forgotten how to use magic. You are now the mother of a child. You've forgotten the magic that can grant your own dreams, and are now pushing those dreams onto your son. Even though you had your own life. No, because see, now this is talking. Dude, I don't know when this is taking place, because now she's talking like it is in the present day. Even though you had your own life messed with so much by Father and Kraus, you're trying to push your dreams onto your son and mess with his life too. Is that what being an adult is all about? George is my pride and joy, who won't embarrass me no matter where he goes. The dream that wasn't granted me might be granted to George. That's a very odd way to phrase that. The dream that wasn't granted, say, to me, right? Jessica's grades and behavior aren't good at all, and she's a woman. Are they saying that it's like she is like the antithesis of everything Kraus would want? If only Jessica would step down, George could become the heir. Even more so now too in the last chapter though, doesn't that like but Ava died. But if Ava does want it for George and not for herself, because what I was trying to think here is that if Ava is the one, no dude, I'm starting to think that Ava is Beatrice. Dude, this is gonna become like the next like mind fuck, I already know it, because what I'm thinking is if I look at the events of the last chapter, if she's trying to effectuate some way that George becomes a leader, because let's say she does give up on her dream of her becoming the leader and she settles on wanting to make George the leader. Okay, so we think about how she would effectuate it. It's why she really doesn't like the idea of him marrying Shannon, because he's like he's marrying out of his status that she wants. And she's viewing Jessica kind of in the same position that she was in when she was a younger girl. But if Kinzo has actually changed his rule and he said that a woman can be the leader of the family, well then now we're in a really interesting scenario, because if Ava gets Kraus out of the picture, that doesn't really achieve her goal. She would have to kill Jessica too, which makes even more sense in the last episode about why Jessica got killed. But then we double back over and we find another reason why it doesn't make any sense that it was Ava. Ava dying doesn't really mean anything, because like I said, like I've had a suspicion for a long time, and all these murder mystery shows, there's always like dead bodies and body clones, and so I'm not convinced that Ava wouldn't end up, like that she couldn't fake her death. But what I am going to say is that, what was I going to say? That I wouldn't be surprised, but then you look at the first chapter and you say, well, it doesn't really make much sense because Jessica lived to the end and Ava died. So if Ava was Beatrice in hiding, why would she not effectuate an outcome that would be favorable towards what she's talking about? It doesn't really line up. It only makes sense if you consider the second chapter in isolation. So I don't know. The only way that we could think is that maybe in the first chapter there's somebody that stopped her somehow. But I'm not sure. My heart pained even as I said it. Aren't I just forcing my own regrets onto George? I don't have any right to disparage Jessica, and to hit her with the same words that had caused me so much suffering is just horrible. I understand. I understand. Wanting to triumph over my brother was nothing more than my personal revenge. I mustn't use George for that. Okay, interesting. So I'll take revenge myself. I have a plan to cheat Nissan out of some of his money with Rudolph and Rose as my allies. Okay. So now, this is definitely current day. This is 100% current day. I'll surely be able to get back at him. I mean, there's no doubt that Nissan is embezzling Father's assets. What a boring plan. Why don't you just give that up and cry yourself to sleep forever? We will become the head of the Ushirimiya family. Don't try to confuse that dream. So believe me that you can definitely achieve it. Believe in my magic. If I believe, will the magic have power, I wonder? Yeah. My magic can grant any wish without fail. Okay, that's interesting. We're also going to add this. I'll believe. I'll believe, so create a miracle with that magic. If you don't, the hole in my heart will never heal. Yes, then listen well. And again, this is, once again... It's just an interesting... She's hitting on a lot of the same verbiage. The only thing, too, is that Beatrice was the one for Rosa that was, like, air quote, going to, you know, fill the cracks in her heart. So it's weird that, again, I'm thinking more and more that whatever this thing is, whatever Ova is Beatrice. But yes, then listen well to my magic words and understand them. If we can solve the riddle, we can become the Ushirimiya family head. So lend me your ears and listen carefully. But see, this is weird because I don't think Beatrice would want to solve the riddle, right? Because that would end the game. Behold the sweet fish river, running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Wow. That was a very fucking good little chapter. Ava Ne-san, it looks like we're about to arrive. As her shoulder was tapped by Kiri, Ava jumped and awoke from her doze. Is Ava going to be the main character of this chapter? I'll actually be okay with this. She has purple eyes, too. Again, contacts, maybe? I'm sorry. I was half asleep. Sorry for surprising you. Auntie Ava, you were out cold. Did you get up early this morning? I suppose. How embarrassing. It must have looked quite disgraceful. I'm sorry. I want to hear her voice because I think she... Dude, all I'm going to say right now, okay, I don't want to talk shit. This chapter is, like, kind of fucking on fire right now. Already, I'm kind of vibing with this chapter. The other thing that I want to know, too, is the voices of this thing that was talking of Ova, right? So if we listen to Ava, right? Here. So that's Ava's voice.
なら、よく聞いて。私の魔法の言葉。そしてそれを理解して。謎が解けたなら、私たちは後宮家の当主になれるの。だから、耳を澄ましてよく聞いて。ごめんなさいね。寝ぼけてたわ。
It's definitely like her voice, but talking in a higher pitch. So it is the same voice actress, but it's just interesting that I don't see Ova anywhere in this list. We have all these people. Asmodeus. What the fuck was that? Excuse me? What? Oh, Beelzebub. But she's saying like Beelzebub. Okay. I thought that was Belphegor. I was like, bitch, you want to try that again? You did not say that. Mamon. Belphegor. That's actually fucking good pronunciation. Belphegor. Satan. This is Leviathan. Leviathan. I love that. Leviathan. I love the Japanese, like, English word pronunciation. Or I guess, technically, these are not, but... Lushpa. Lushpa. That's definitely not Lucifer. Lambda Delta. Okay, bro, I don't want to start glazing out of nowhere, but already I feel like episode 3 is like starting off hot as fuck. Like I'm super... Did I turn off the voices? I'm literally... My brain is so bad I just forgot if I just did that. I did. Holy fuck. Dementia setting in. I'm already really fucking vibing with this chapter so far. Pretty impressed that you relaxed enough to sleep though. Not like Battler. He's been yelling the whole time about how he's gonna fall and drown. Can't get bored with this dude around. Shut up. Everyone has one or two things they don't like. Battler and Jessica went back out squabbling merrily. Rudolph also made a face as if asking, "Are you alright?" Get a hold of yourself. When you see the faces of Dad and the rest, all that sleepiness will go right out the window. Let's do our best to stay firm, alright? That's right. We have to stay firm, especially this year. That's it. Let's tense up. Oh my god. Let's tense up our assholes and do this thing. Okay, damn, Rudolph. Okay, I see you, bro. Bro said, I'm making diamonds in there. Put a piece of coal in there. It's coming out as diamonds. Rudolph said these strict words in a small voice that only Ava could hear. Failure would not be tolerated in this year's family conference. All of their companies were hanging in the balance. Even Rudolph's face looked a little tense. Ava's expression probably looked tense as well. Mother, I have our luggage. Let's go up onto the deck. Thank you. You really are thoughtful, George. Why are you thanking me so suddenly? It's not like you, Mother. Ava, George, we've arrived. Gather our luggage. Okay, now even more so, I want to go back and look at the stakes. Did Ava get killed by greed in one of them? No, she didn't. She got killed by lust. Yes, that's right. Why did I forget that? She didn't get staked in the second one. Okay, that's interesting. Interesting, okay. Arrived. I hope we have a little bit of a main character swap. That was like the fun stuff in Higurashi when you had a little bit of a main character swap. And in chapter 4, you had the Rika and Akasaka. You had some of it in like chapter 2 and 5 with Shion and Mion. Hey, Maria, you'll fall, so stop running. His name Maria was already getting excited. She ran circles around Hideyoshi, escaping from Rosa, who was trying to catch her. Beloved key. Huh? What is it, Mother? He feels like beloved key. Beloved key. Behold the sweet fish river running through the beloved home of old. Beloved key. Feel sick. George, take the luggage and go on ahead. Your mother's probably anemic, so I'll lend her a hand. Really? I understand, I'll go on ahead. By looking at Ava's peculiar expression, Hideyoshi realized that it had not been a pleasant awakening and made George go on ahead. We need to see more of Hideyoshi in this too, to see who he really is if we are playing as Ava in this chapter. Rudolph's family and Rose's family also went up onto the deck, leaving only Ava and Hideyoshi inside the boat. Ava had a vague expression on her face as though she still hadn't been able to escape from her daydream. What's wrong? Why the meek face? I wonder if I've been using George as a tool for my own revenge. I wonder if so her daydream that she just had, okay, so that's what that whole section was with her other self, with Ova. I wonder if my childish hostility towards Nissan has caused me to treat that boy's life like a toy. What have I done? That isn't true. George is our wonderful son, and he always performs admirably wherever he goes. He'll always. Even if your own ends got a little mixed in, everything's turned out alright in the end, hasn't it? And see, this is the only other thing too, when they talk about like the means and the ends getting mixed up, right? But to be fair, Beatrice was the opposite, right? Where Ava has the problem where her ends become her means, so the ends justifying the means. Beatrice is the opposite, where her means become her end. Interesting. Her ends, I should say, rather. You haven't done anything wrong. To the contrary, George is thankful for how you've been strictly disciplining him, right? Really? Hey, really? I wonder, doesn't George think I'm a horrible mother? Doesn't he? Doesn't he? He's never said anything like that. Not even once. That's just your needless anxiety. I feel so bad for Ava. Dude, she was such a colossal bitch in the first 2 chapters. Is this actually like the turmoil this poor girl's been going through the whole time? Hideyoshi, everyone has left the boat, you know. Oh, did you drop something? Shall I help you out? Kumasawa had come to check on them when they hadn't come up on the deck. Hideyoshi hid Ava behind his back so that her expression couldn't be seen. Oh, Hideyoshi's a good man too. Holy fuck, dude, I'm vibing real fucking hard with this chapter already, I'm telling you. Yeah, sorry. My necktie pin just got a little crooked. We're alright, and we'll be out in a second. Wait for us outside. Is that so? Ho 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 ho. Then I will wait outside. Kumasawa's a little bit of an eavesdropper though, so you know. Also, the other thing too, though, with Kumasawa getting killed by envy in both chapters. What's going on there, Kumasawa? From that almost incomprehensible excuse, Kumasawa realized that something had come up and disappeared so that she didn't trouble them further. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably make everyone else worry too. About time to go. We'll make George and the rest worry. Am I really not despised by George? Yeah, nothing of the sort. In fact, he's very grateful. Aww. Did you have a bad nightmare? Again? Yes. So Ava gets tormented by nightmares. Interesting, okay. Ava is tormented by nightmares. Although, it depends if by nightmares... Or, well... I don't think these are the same as, I don't think these are the same as what she just had. Because in that daydream, it seemed like she was saying that she hadn't... I don't know why I had a stroke there spelling hadn't. And they would always become more striking on the... Okay, so... I wonder if being closer to the island makes her see Ova more. Let's see. Hideyoshi knew that Ava's relationship with Kraus was still so full of antagonism that it could even be called trauma, and that she still couldn't separate herself from how she'd felt as a child. I did say, I'll pull it up. I think I will actually edit this VOD with including the cut-ins from the other stream. Because I had like a whole thing that I was talking about with like trauma that Rosa had undergone. And now that they're using the trauma word, it's just, dude, I don't know. Again, I don't know why I'm glazing this chapter so hard out of nowhere. This chapter feels really fucking good so far. That was a dream. I'm with you now. I'll grasp her hand tightly like this. That dream will go flying away. It's gonna make me emotional, man. He's such a good man. I hope they don't have like a dark side, because he's just being a good dude right now. Right? Look. Squeeze. That hurts. Thank you. I'm fine now. Let's get off the boat. Yeah. Let's get off the boat. Everyone's waiting for us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I yelled at you. About the smoke from your cigarette. Oh, stop, dude. I don't know what it is. Like, I think I've said this before. Maybe it's just like, it's like a thing that's happened as I've got older. And you can go see it throughout the metaphor playthrough. But like, anytime people talk about love or like, I don't know, just like these very personal moments like this, I don't know what it is, but these moments always get me really fucking bad. They always make me feel really sad and tear up, or I should say like a good sad at times. Like, I don't know, this is just so sweet. I don't know. I'm not tearing up now, but I'm just saying that, dude, the whole Maria storyline in Metaphor, like, I'm just fucking crying. Interesting, two characters, same name. Come on, you know we wouldn't apologize for that sort of thing. You go all frail after you've had a bad dream. Don't worry about it. I was wrong for not realizing that the smoke was affecting you. Oh, have you started to hate me? Okay, now this is me and my girlfriend. Do you still love me? Do you hate me? No, I don't, baby. I love you. You hate me? No, I don't, I swear. No way. Ah, ha, ha, ha. If I hated you after something like that, we wouldn't have lasted 3 days. Come on, stand up. Off we go. No, that's so adorable. What a good man. Hideyoshi, Ava, is everything alright? Are you not feeling well? This time Goda had come. It looked like they had kept everyone waiting too long after all. Ava also stood up without grumbling this time. She couldn't keep on forcing her bad mood onto her husband and causing him more trouble. Again, this is like another one of those things where like, I just wish Ava wasn't such a bitch to Natsui, because I really like Natsui. But now I really like Ava now. Ava's like, she's shooting up the tier list like as we speak. I don't know. Because that was not something a good wife would do. Is everything alright? If you're worried about your health, shall I call Dr. Nanjo? Thanks. I'm just a little anemic. I'm alright now. Just her hormones. Don't worry about it. I don't think that's what makes you anemic. I think it's probably the fact that you fucking bleed profusely once a month, but for goodness sake, don't say stuff like that in front of people. It's embarrassing. Oh, sorry. Well, I guess I just kind of put on my hormones. Fuck you, Hideyoshi. Okay, don't one up me. Ava elbowed Hideyoshi in the gut. By that time, her normal expression had returned, which allowed Hideyoshi to relax a little. Oh, how cute. Dude, this is so good. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I'm starting to... This is like my chapter 2, chapter 5 moment in Higurashi right now. I'm feeling it right now. The bright sunlight outside was almost enough to really make a person go giddy. A small plank was lowered to get off the boat, and Goda was waiting there, smiling and ready to lend them a hand. Please, Ava. Your hand. Thank you. Welcome to Rokkenjima. Welcome back. Whoa. Huh? When she left the boat, it seemed to Ava as though she heard the voice of her younger self. Ova said, welcome back. No, it hadn't seemed that way. Someone had said welcome back to her. After becoming a shameless adult, the voice of her young self was distant. So maybe that's also the reason why when she had the daydream. But again, more and more this makes me think that Ova is Beatrice. Because why, when you talk about the nightmares that she has, like, are these all related to like Ova? Because if they are, then it makes more sense why they would only appear when she's on the island, because you're only in the domain of the island. I want to add this to the end here. What am I living for? What can I do to release myself from this obsession? The other thing I'm going to put here is like... Hideyoshi heard her talking to herself. He drew Eva close to him by her shoulder, and just by his firmness he communicated that there was no need to say anything more. Maybe it was because the typhoon was getting closer. The lively cries of the seagulls, which usually greeted them when they arrived, couldn't be heard at all. Chapter end. Oh, we got filigree this time. No broken glass. We're skipping a lot of time. That was like 4 hours about, I think, if not more. Okay, I know this is sort of short. We're doing one more chapter and that's it. The only reason why I want to reset my sleep schedule, and I want to make sure that I'm like full attention devoted, because I have a funny feeling this chapter is going to be fucking peak. That's all I gotta say. 6 years ago, you say? I mean, 6 years, that's like the whole of elementary school, isn't it? Also, another thing too that I noticed when I was going back through comparing the translations, I have it in my notes somewhere too, but I still need to know the importance of the 6 years ago and the 2 years ago, like why he put the portrait up, Kinzo being he in this scenario. Like, why was it put up 2 years ago? There has to be something behind it, but again, I don't know. That's like the whole of elementary school, isn't it? It's pretty unfair to ask me to remember, don't you think? I agree, especially since we were so young. We've grown a lot in these 6 years. Actually, if we hadn't been introduced, maybe we wouldn't have been able to remember you. You think? I knew it was Battler right away. After he opened his mouth, I was even more sure. Ugh, I met him for the first time. Don't know about 6 years ago. That's natural. You were only 3 after all. When you say it like that, I'm the same. I only knew Maria when she was 3 years old, and since she's grown so big, yeah, no wonder I didn't recognize her. After lunch, we'd all gone out to the beach to walk around, talk and take it easy, enjoying ourselves. So this is the same scene from episode 1. Our parents appeared somehow on edge and seemed to have things to catch up on, so we decided to leave our seats. Just as you'd expect, since it had been 6 years, the conversation focused on me. Still, you've really grown taller. I won't call myself short, but anyway, your height surprised me. Again, I don't know how tall this dude is, but like, how tall? Didn't he say he was like 5'10"? Although, again, I don't want to be the racial profile. I guess that is like maybe kind of tall in Asia, but like, not the 5'10" is short here, but like, big dog, like, it's nothing to be like bragging about. That's right, I remember well what Battler was like 6 years ago. This is the other thing too that I was wondering about the furniture. Has Shannon, because I was gonna say this too, although Jessica looked the same in the flashback of Shannon. I think it was in chapter 2? I don't know if it was in chapter 2 or chapter 1, or episode 1 or episode 2 rather. But I think it was episode 2 because I was like the Shannon and George thing. Shannon looked exactly the same, and this was apparently 6 years prior or something, or like a really long time prior. But Shannon looked about the same. I don't know if the furniture aged is what I guess I'm trying to get at. Like, when he made Shannon, like, because Genji is old, right? Like, do the furniture still age even though they're not human? They just, like, are very similar to human. But Shannon has a heart, so she is more human. I don't know. Again, I don't know if this all get explained, but... Totally. I could never imagine this from how Battler looked 6 years back. I'm surprised at how everyone remembers so much about 6 years ago. My memory's all hazy. Not surprised. I mean, you seem to take a while to even remembering us. And that hurts a bit, you know? Poor Jessica. Come on, this was 6 years ago, right? The one thing I will say about this cast, too, is besides me, like, dogging on some of the characters, I don't know if there's any character that I really, like, dislike. I shit on Goda a little bit, but Goda kind of redeemed himself a little bit with some of the events of the last chapter. I'm gonna keep calling them chapters, I'm so sorry. I don't know, it's burned into my brain from Higurashi. From the last episode, rather. But, like, I like Jessica. George, I still think is kind of like a... I don't want to say like a know-it-all, but he's like just like the perfect like golden child. So I don't dislike George, but he's just like whatever. I don't mind Battler. Not the biggest fan of Maria, but I have a little bit more of an appreciation, I guess, of everything. I think I like almost all the siblings except for Kraus. Rudolph and Kiryu, they seem kind of chill, but like we never really bump into them too much. I like Natsui. I like Rosa. Wish she wouldn't beat the fuck out of Maria. And so far, I really like Ava in this chapter. Kinzo's kind of a ding-dong, but I mean, he plays his role. All the servants are pretty chill. Otherwise, regardless. Come on, this was 6 years ago, right? It's ridiculous to ask me to remember. So you can't remember things that happened 6 years ago very well. I can remember as clearly as if it were yesterday. Okay, well, yeah, your furniture, though, bro. That's because your memory is good, Shannon. I bet you remember well what kind of things Battler did and said 6 years ago, don't you? Come to think of it, that's right. Shannon's memory is surprisingly good when it comes to certain things. Ugh, I'm crappy remembering. Remembering fun stuff well, but horrible at boring stuff. Ugh. We all laughed, saying that everyone was like that. Shannon, by the way, what was Battler like 6 years ago? Remember any interesting episodes? Yeah, like episode 1 and 2 of Umineko? Let's see. I'm sure, okay, the music cutting like that, very abruptly, insane. Chill. I'm sure that he said something like this when he left. I'll be back. See you again. I'll come for you riding a white horse. Ah. Don't, so embarrassing. Ah ha 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 ha. I bet he did, I bet he did. That's exactly what he was like 6 years ago. He was always full of those stupid lines. Ah ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You're trying to steal my girl, bro. It really does sound like something Battler would have said back then. Ugh, embarrassing, embarrassing. Embarrassing! Yeah, horribly embarrassing. Maria, I'm sure that when you're in middle school, you'll want to say embarrassing things like that. This guy pretends like he is any different. He was literally in the other episode. Okay, I almost don't even want to like reword it because it's actually kind of vile to say to someone of her age, but he was literally, you know, I'm not even going to say it, okay? Just view the Tea Party of episode 2, okay? Bro made a very insanely vile comment to Maria, okay? We'll just leave it at that. I'm sure that when you're in middle school, you want to say embarrassing things like that. When that happens, write it on the back of some leaflet first and read it 3 times before you decide to say it out loud. If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. Still, everyone has to pass through that painful period. That's right, that's how you know your place. Learn shame, become an adult. Yes, this is a memory I want to disappear, the bittersweet kind of thing that everyone does in adolescence as they transition to becoming adults. Ugh. You see, I tend to let my mouth run wild without thinking too much, so I don't remember all the details of everything I say. But when the contents are recited back to me afterwards, it's always something extremely embarrassing. In recent years, I've finally come to understand this weakness and have been working hard to refrain from such careless outbursts. But it seems I was just born with the habit of speaking without thinking, and there isn't a whole lot I can do about it. And do you remember any other embarrassing things? Yes, well, I remember various other things, but since it looks like the person in question wants to forget them, I think I will refrain from saying any more. Aww. How nice. To be blunt, there's nothing else I remember. Please don't remind me. Ugh, Shannon's bullying Battler. Ugh, bad. Bullying is bad. Haha, she isn't really bullying him. Let's leave it at that, okay? But Shannon, you'll have to tell me all about it sometime Battler isn't around. Sounds pretty interesting. Yes, certainly. Oh my god. No, you can't, Shannon! For a while, George teased me by pretending to ask Shannon for more of my embarrassing misspeaks. Sorry, my brain's like fuzz right now, I don't know why. George was messing around, sorry, is this? George was messing around, teamed up with Shannon. Shouldn't this be like George is messing around? This is not English, right? George was messing around, comma, teamed up with Shannon, but he seemed, how to describe it, very candid and frank. He was always frank with his cousins, but he usually took on a reserved, gentlemanly attitude when he came in contact with the servants. When I thought about it, I got the weird feeling that he was acting a little overly familiar, which seemed slightly weird. Maria started scribbling in the sand with a stick, and George and Shannon joined in, which left me and Jessica off to the side, so I asked her secretively, "Hey Jessica, is George, going out with Shannon?" "Oh, what the? How did you notice?" "Battler, you got more of an eye for people than I thought." "Huh? What?" "I was just kidding. They're actually going out?" "Shh! Your voice is too loud." "They're actually keeping it a secret for now, apparently, alright? It'd be better if nobody heard about it, especially Auntie Ava." Oh god, this is gonna come back. I see. She did find out in chapter 1, but not so much in any other chapter. Love with a servant. Yeah, but since when? Wow, a lot can happen in 6 years. Well, it actually started happening about 6 years ago. But still, Aniki is really talented. It really is talented, and Shannon is kind and spirited. It might be a pretty good match. Actually, 6 years ago, I remember taking notice of her just a little bit, so that's how it is. She really fits well with George. Nothing I can do about that. Goodbye, my fleeting first. I was about to say, bro, he's crushed. Which means that my collection of embarrassing lines that Shannon just held back on probably has something to do with that. Oh, I can't take it. How long have they been going out? Depends on what you call going out, but I'd say it's definitely been at least a year. If you count the time before either of them confessed, it'd be several years, I guess. Before I'd realized that the two of them had separated themselves from the group and were walking down the beach talking about something. They looked calm, and rather than a light relationship between two lovers, it looked like a more serious relationship, as though they were already engaged. Ahaha, get it? 6 years. That's a long-ass time. What did these 6 years mean to me? I've just gotten taller. It was a waste of time. 6 years I spent obstinately fighting with my dad. What about you, Battler? Have you gotten a girlfriend? I wonder. There's a lot of girls that I play with, but I don't have that special one yet. I'm probably just a kid. I think it's more fun to be noisy with a large group of people than being alone with one person. Ah, that's so you, Battler. But take your relationships with your female friends seriously. Girls can be scary with their communities and their wrong impressions, okay? There could be some secret feud going on over you, and someone might be crying or being hurt without you noticing it, you know? That's so weird. I think I got the same bit of advice from one of the girls in my class just last week. What's with that? Why can't we all have fun together? I think she was trying to give you a sign there, big dog. Do they all really want to find a special person that badly? It's probably because you've never had a partner like that, Battler. Well, you'll probably run into a girl like that at some point. Just gotta wait it out. Aw, what? Sounds almost like you've already found a partner like that. What about you? Have you gotten a boyfriend? Huh? Me? No, come on, that reaction's so easy to understand. From the looks of it, there's some boy who you're thinking about, but you haven't been able to confess that to him yet. Something like that. No, that's not, cram it, jackass. Who cares about me? You're the one who brought up the subject. Why do you have to go and get mad at me? Women are creatures who always ask questions, and yet they almost never answer them. What cruel creatures. Seriously. Well, okay, I did try. I confessed once. Oh, I struck out pretty badly. I do remember that. Did they say sorry? No, it was really one-sided, and they were just, like, taken aback, I guess. It was like they didn't even view me that way. I can understand that. You talk just like a... Jesus Christ, bro. At least, like, dampen the fall a bit. You talk just like a man. If you don't act a little more elegant, you won't be able to entice a man's heart, okay? This is starting to hit on the exact same kind of talking points, though, Battler. Okay, being a little bit ding-dong. Is it really... Is the way I speak... comma, ... really that bad? Well, how you talk isn't everything, but if someone likes you, who usually talks badly... Or sorry, but if someone like you, not likes you, if someone like you, who usually talks badly, suddenly started making an effort to talk nicely, that takes courage, and that might really get some guy's heart thumping, maybe. Really? I see. Yeah. Jessica had suddenly started aw, that's cute. Faintly blushing. I see, even though her confession didn't go well, it looks like she still hasn't given up. Aww. But yeah, I totally get that. Isn't it kind of endearing how the girl's like, I won't give up, and if a guy did that, we're like, hey bro, like, move on, little bro, move on, look up, what the fuck's the matter with you, you fucking freak? But yeah, I totally get that. After seeing how close George and Shannon have gotten, it's no wonder she'd start wanting a boyfriend. 6 years. Those 6 years of puberty are pretty important, and they go by so fast. Yep, puberty, notoriously 6 years and the same length for everybody. With the typhoon approaching, the clouds had grown steadily grayer, and yet even so I had this really refreshing feeling. Also, notice that he can see the ocean to be blue. Interesting. I guess he is a human, though. Maybe I'll start thinking more seriously about the opposite sex, more than just the size of their boobs. Wow. Real character development. Good job, Denji. By the way, I know George is going out with his servant Shannon. Not you as well, right? Huh? Why do you think that? Come to think of it, that young kid, Cannon, who greeted us in the rose garden, you covered for him quite a bit just considering he was bad at talking, didn't you? No, that's not... You're too suspicious. Then tell me just one thing. Right now, is the boy you're after somewhere within 1 kilometer? Well, that's, I don't know. Cannon is the only boy on this island now who could possibly become her boyfriend, so judging by her reaction, I'm probably right on. I don't think of the Ushirimiya family as a noble family, but 2 people in love with servants. I'd never have dreamed that 2 pairs of Romeo and Juliet would be right next to me. True. Auntie Ava will probably become an obstacle to George and Shannon's love. If Auntie Ava learns that the partner of her only son, the apple of her eye, is Shannon... See, this is really interesting too, because Ava has this, but like... I think in this chapter, if Ava goes for her own revenge, I don't think she'll care who George likes. Because I think the biggest thing with Shannon is that she doesn't want him to, like, dilute his status in the terrible way that sounds. Because she's viewing his marriage probably a lot like how she viewed her marriage. Because I think she was the one, I think in one of the earlier chapters that talked about how you learn to love someone. I think it was in episode 1, I think. She was talking about how when you fall in love with someone, you're not... No, maybe it wasn't her. I think maybe it was Natsui. It was one of the 2 of them. But they were talking about how, like, you fall in love with someone and you don't love them right away, but, like, you learn to love them. It sounded kind of like an arranged marriage type. It was definitely her, because they were talking about George getting an arranged marriage. I wonder if she'll care that much in this chapter, if there is, like, a diversion of her behavior, because I don't think she would care too much. Because if she's not using George as her end goals, she's not worrying about, like, diluting his status or making him anything less than, like, the perfect successor candidate. Why would she care, you know? But regardless. If Auntie Ava learns that the pattern of her only son, the apple of her eye, is Shannon, she'll probably scream at her with cries of wretched servant. It absolutely was her too, because I remember when we found out about it, she went by Shannon and whispered, like, know your place. So maybe Ava's finally going to realize the error of her ways in this chapter. And the relationship between Jessica and Cannon would probably be just as full of difficulties. Now the only thing is, I wonder if this is like Higurashi. Excuse me for the yawn. I wonder if this is going to be like Higurashi in the sense that, like, does this mean that she has always been met with, how do I word this? Does this mean that she's always had this meeting with Ova every single time? Or is this only, like, just happening every now and then, you know? Is it only happening in this timeline? Because you would imagine that, like, the events of once the start of the game divert. But I don't know. We'll see. In a relationship between Jessica and Ken would probably be just as full of difficulties. Aunt Natsui also seemed the type to be strict about that kind of thing. After all, Jessica's husband would probably become the head of the Ushirimiya family in the future. If that person had once been a servant working for the family, well, no doubt things would be complicated. Well, everyone finds their own way in love. Who cares as long as you find someone you enjoy being with? Being with someone doesn't require any permission as long as the two people accept each other. Based. Thank you, Battler. I agree with you. You worry about your parents or your family, I agree, okay? This is a very privileged take in many ways, but I hard agree with this take. Don't forget that. You can't go out with someone with half-hearted feelings. Huh. I can't believe you're saying something as philosophical sounding when you've never ever been in love. Hey, that's not true. It doesn't matter if he's never been in love, he's just maybe never had a partner. It doesn't mean he hasn't been in love. Don't treat love like a matter of profit and loss. It's about heart. That's all I want to say. Well then. See you again. Have a nice day. Okay, bro's having his, like, sick line that he's leaving on his cute little one-liner. Starts laughing. George Shannon, listen, this guy, he said another one of those lines. I didn't say anything. Oh, don't make fun of me. I heard. See you again. What's the name of this chapter again? My preparations are already complete. That sounds like a Beatrice line. For a while, we forgot about the wind getting stronger and played around on the beach. The meeting with my cousins, who had grown so much over the last 6 years and were thoroughly enjoying their youth, felt truly refreshing. It was a little late now, but I realized that I should have buried the hatchet a lot sooner and returned to the Ushirimiya family. I guess we never really learned. Well, we know that he was with his mom, and that he left the register, and now he's back. It sure is nice to spend time together as cousins every once in a while. I like it with all the cousins together. It's fun. That's right. We're already old enough. It's not like we couldn't meet each other with our parents. Sorry, it's not like... Jesus, that's right. We're already old enough. It's not like we couldn't meet each other when our parents aren't around. It might not be a bad idea for just us cousins to meet up and play every once in a while. That's fair. I agree. It's a good plan. Maybe we should set up something like that someday. I agree. I'd like for us cousins at least to always be friendly with each other. Hey. If you put the emphasis there, doesn't that make it sound like our normal families don't get along well? George and Jessica laughed, but it felt just a little strained. Did I say too much? They don't get along well. Judging by how our parents had made quiet expressions and tired faces every once in a while during the boat ride and at the airport, maybe that was something I shouldn't have said. That's right, just like Jessica said. Let's always be friendly with each other. Me too. Everyone friendly. That's right. Yeah. We'll always be together. We'll always be friendly. Man, we've been saying some pretty embarrassing stuff. I feel kind of awkward. But I think that's very important. It's very hard for people to always be friendly, let alone always be together unless they wish for it. That's right. You really can't take everyone being friendly for granted. A witch I know said it. Happiness won't be granted unless everyone believes in it. That's true. Maybe some magic exists in the power of belief. If we all believe in that, I'm sure it will bring us happiness. Alright. Now the next embarrassing thing. Let's all swear to believe together, alright? That we'll all always be friendly. That we'll always be happy. We're becoming like our parents. Searching for each other's weaknesses, going after grandfather's fortune, screw all that forever. Alright, we'll always be friendly and happy, and let's all believe that. No matter how long it had been, or how much time we were having, or how much fun we were having, Jesus, not time, how much fun we were having, it didn't stop the dark clouds from approaching Rokkenjima. I wonder if the typhoon will pass and show us the refreshing sky before we leave this island. Who gives a crap about what our parents are plotting? Who gives a crap about the inheritance and the honor of our old family? We're so young, and renewing our old friendship. And every one of us believes together that we can all be happy. So, I want this day to end without anything weird occurring, in peace and happiness, calmly. No, not I want it to end. Please let it end. In your dreams. Damn it. Don't show up. Don't appear. Damn. Sorry to keep you waiting. The new game has finally been prepared. Come, let us begin this tale of tragedy. Come to me, rain, winds, typhoon. Cut this island off from the real world. Throw rokkenjima into another world, into the netherworld, into a world of fantasy. And so the tale repeated for the third time. However, before the Endless Witch, what point was there in counting 1, 2, 3? There was probably no point at all. After all, this tale of fantasy would be repeated endlessly until the match was settled and either Battler or the Witch surrendered. When the sky grew dark and cloudy, the rain and wind were summoned together and became a typhoon. And Maria could be seen in the rose garden, paying no mind to the rain that had started falling, going around in circles searching for that single rose which she had surely marked. Not here, the rose we marked. My rose isn't here, ugh. Also, of note that I don't know about Beatrice, like actual Beatrice that we know. I don't know if that's a rose or not. I don't know what that is. But the white-haired Beatrice, she had a bunch of roses in her hair, or on her hat, not her hair rather, if I remember. Maria definitely remembered it. That rose had been in the flower bed right here, and yet it wasn't. She didn't know what to do with her irritation at not being able to find something which should have been there, and moaning bitterly, she couldn't help but keep going back and forth in circles around the same spot. She was acting almost as though she would be able to see it if she looked at a different angle, but try as she might, there was no way she would find something that wasn't there. The wind grew increasingly stronger, and the rain turned into cold, large drops. There was no way Maria wasn't bothered by this. However, if she couldn't find her rose here, it would surely disappear forever. Maria believed that. That feeling spurred her on to keep searching for a rose that she had no chance of finding. Well, she's believing that she'll find it, right? Just then, the cold drops of rain that were tormenting Maria had suddenly blocked. Okay, so this is the scene where she was given an umbrella, right? Maria raised her head. When she did, she saw that an umbrella was open there, protecting her from the rain. And the one holding out that umbrella was... Okay, so it is this Beatrice. The witch she admired. Beatrice. Beatrice! What are you doing so frantically in the middle of all this rain? You could catch a cold like this. Even witches have to care for their own health. My rose. I can't find it. Ugh. No matter how many times I search, even though it was definitely here, I can't find it. Maria told Beatrice about how there had been a slightly unhealthy, pitiful rose, and that she was sure they had marked it. Oh, and you can't find it. If you are a witch apprentice, you should use magic to search for the rose. I believe that as long as you search with merely your eyes, it won't be nearly enough. Can't find it. I did my best and tried to search with magic, but can't find it. While this is certainly ideal for practicing your magic, it might be a little too much for you with all this wind and rain. Allow me to lend you some special power. Concern for one's disciples is also among the duties of a master. Thank you, Beatrice. Maria's face, which had been full of sadness until just now, split open into a grin. Maria knew. She knew that there was nothing Beatrice's magic couldn't do, so she was sure that Beatrice would easily be able to find the rose that she couldn't find herself. Beatrice closed her eyes lightly, acting as though she was listening for something in all this wind and rain. Then she heard it, opened her eyes and spoke. All things in this world are transitory. It is unfortunate, Maria. It seems that your rose couldn't withstand all this wind and rain. Then my rose is... It was uprooted by the wind and is no longer of this world. Okay, this is interesting. What Beatrice had said was certainly plausible. What I wanted to put here too. There was nothing odd about the flower being broken off at the stem in the strong wind. However, Maria couldn't accept this and bitterly gave a low-pitched moan. No. Oh? No. It's my rose. My rose has to come back. I'll bring it back to life with my magic. Beatrice, teach me how to revive a rose with magic. Ha! It's much too early for an apprentice like you to learn the hidden art of endless magic. Know your place. Maria wiped the tears from her eyes, full of regret. Seeing that expression, which so invited pity, Beatrice shrugged her shoulders and chuckled. Very well. I will lend you the power for the hidden art that can revive a rose. Really? Yes. Well then, concentrate the power of your heart. Close your eyes, forget the rain, forget the wind. Search for the soul of the wandering rose with the eyes of your heart. Maria closed her eyes, then she repeated Beatrice's poem-like words. Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Don't look, don't listen, and believe. Release the power of your soul from the cage of flesh that imprisons it. That's it. Good. Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut, small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifestation of the magical power Maria held? Lost soul of the rose, gather into one and remember your form. Can't speak. Come, gather, remember. The glitter of the gold butterflies began to strengthen, and their numbers increased. Then Beatrice raised a finger up to the skies, and they began to gather the tip of that finger. This was the miracle of the golden magic, and the golden butterflies began to condense into a single dazzling grain of gold. It was a single seed, glittering gold. It sat on the tip of Beatrice's finger, budded into a golden sprout, and opened into a golden leaf. It then slowly fell from that fingertip, sank into the mud of the flower bed, and began to grow steadily. Maria, who admired magic and witches, must have really wanted to see this fantastical sight. However, as an apprentice, Maria was still not qualified to see it. No, she was probably afraid that if she opened her eyes to look, the power of her heart's concentration would be interrupted and the magic would be lost. Therefore, it was Beatrice, the one permitted to lay eyes on that golden miracle, who was the one and only witch and the master of many miracles. Then the fully grown rose bloomed, creating one golden flower. When Beatrice poked it with her finger in just the right way, the gold-colored sparkles scattered, just as if a golden soap bubble had popped, and what remained was a single beautiful rose. Jesus, fucking flashbang me. It looks like you remembered a splendid rose. However, if we just leave it mixed in with these other roses, you won't be able to tell it apart. Shall I perform one last service? Beatrice, for the sake of her cute apprentice, which, who was moaning even more now in concentration, decided to cast one more little spell. She snapped her fingers and a single gold butterfly appeared, fluttered around and landed on the flower that had just been revived. Then it suddenly burst open and disappeared, becoming golden lace and marking the rose. That is sufficient. Maria, you may open your eyes now. Where's the rose? Not here. Not here. Not over there. Over here. Look, I've marked it with golden lace. Wow, you did. Awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you, Beato. Thank you, Beato. I want to become a witch quickly, a great witch like Beato. And you can. Long ago I too wished for that innocently just as you do, and I have attained that level. Okay, I'm gonna write some shit down. Maria was ecstatic over the revived rose, clapping her hands and jumping around in joy. Watching that, Beatrice also smiled, looking fairly pleased. It's just weird that Beatrice has these, like, odd human moments. Now if I try, I can break or repair any soul, not just that of a rose, and kill and revive as I please. So the barrier created by the storm has closed Rokkenjima off from the real world. Now is the time for the Golden Witch, the Endless Witch, Beatrice, to descend. I see. Beatrice pulled from her pocket an envelope with the family crest, the one-winged eagle, and gave it to Maria. Maria frolicked around it, being selected to be the witch's messenger. So, Kinzo, I've come to join in on your fun once again. My preparations are already complete. What about you? I assume you've prepared enough coins to bet in tonight's game? Naturally, I am fully prepared, Beatrice. I have prepared pieces in abundance. I am ready both physically and mentally. So let me pay the ante. All that you have given should be returned to you in the end. Now take it. Threw his ring out. Kinzo flung the window out of his study wide open, took off the reasonably large golden ring which had been on his finger, and threw it into the darkness of the raging wind and rain. And Beatrice is gonna, catch it outside. The ring was struck by lightning, and after twinkling gold for an instant, disappeared. Kinzo watched it go, grinning broadly and fearlessly. I don't see myself losing. You are mine, forever. Crack? No. I don't ever notice Beatrice's portrait wearing any rings. The ring that Kenzo had thrown became a single gold butterfly and fluttered around in the wind and rain. It headed for the rose garden almost as though it was being guided there. It then found the figure of the golden witch and fluttered down. Guess you can't really tell, but I don't think she has any rings on. When it arrived right in front of Beatrice, it burst in a flash of gold and returned to its original form of a ring, flipping up into the air. It seemed as if it would simply fall back down into a puddle of water, but suddenly it stopped in midair, almost as if some transparent person had caught it. Somehow, this seemed unexpected even to Beatrice. However, she soon realized who it was, and grinned broadly at it. Rika? Oh, who the fuck are you, bro? Is this young Kenzo? As the one-winged eagle, it looks like. I can't tell that is though. As she did, the figure of the person who had caught the ring began to fuzzily appear. It was the figure of a young man wearing a butler's uniform embroidered with the one-winged eagle's crest. If it's a butler's uniform, is this Genji? There was no man like this among the okay, no, never mind, who served the Ushirimiya family. Even so, Beatrice laughed as though it was someone she remembered fondly. Renove, is it? Renove, is it? It's been quite some time. Seems that you've remembered me. You always were a man who was serious about loyalty. So this is an old servant. Okay. I want to see... Okay, we got a new fucking dude pulling up. Renove. Renove. Okay. Just want to see. Ronove, so it is Ronove, but Ronove. It's been a very long time since you last corresponded. There has not been a single day that I, Ronove, have forgotten that I served you, milady. Indeed, I was more fearful that you had forgotten about me, milady. I have, after all, known you to be quite forgetful. I see, yes, it seems I do forget easily. I couldn't even remember your wry speech until I heard it again. For you, milady. With an exaggerated yet elegant gesture, he bowed respectfully. He kind of holds his arm like how Canon does. It's interesting. And held out to Beatrice the head's ring that had just been caught. He had just caught. It is the Ushirimiya family head's ring returned to you from Ushirimiya Kinzo. It is now once again in the possession of its master. Indeed, the proclamation by Kinzo that the game has started. I acknowledge receipt. So, how would you like to play tonight? Shall I prepare the roulette immediately? Or shall I prepare some black tea first? Both sound attractive, but for now I suspect I need you to greet someone. I'm quite sure that man has his mouth hanging open and can't shut it. Right, Badler? Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Renove. I think it's Renove. And I serve at the side of Milady Beatrice. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. Okay, well, this is going in the notes. See? His mouth's hanging open and he can't shut it, right? Isn't that obvious? Another incomprehensible guy has just appeared. I grumbled that goat-headed people would start doing the Bond dance, and then goat-head started showing up in swarms, and since then, not only have those 7 sexy-ass babes appeared, but now even a butler has goddamn shown up. It doesn't make sense, cut it out. By the way, Badler, did you notice? Have you realized that your meeting him is a true devil's proof? A devil's proof? What do you mean? He may not look like it, but this guy's a genuine demon with his name amongst the 72. Okay, so once again. Runaway? Okay. In other words, I brought a demon right in front of you, which truly proves that they exist. Runaway holds a noble rank in hell, the 27th highest ranked great demon, okay? Okay. He's a pretty useful man. I summoned him at high cost and made him serve me. It is an honor to be introduced to you. While my name is amongst those of the nobles of hell, I now serve as the head furniture of Beatrice, vulgar human, and great witch from whom even demons would flee in fear. Okay, so this is interesting because he... Interesting. Okay. He's a very useful man, but he is impudent with his words. It's slightly frustrating that he sometimes forgets to respect his master. There is nothing in my contract regarding the way in which I must speak. Would you like to change that contract? It doesn't bore me, so it's fine. Beatrice turned her back to him, cackling. After bowing once to her, Ronove, turned back to, we could just call him Rono, but Ronove turned back to Battler and stuck out his right hand, showing off an innocent smile. Normally this would mean that he was asking for a handshake. What is this supposed to be? I am also one who has been subjected to Milady's whims. In that sense, I am sure that we could have become good friends. This is a handshake of friendship. Of course, it does not mean that you will be entered into a demon's contract, so rest assured. Ronove. Sorry, but I'm right in the middle of a big fight with your master. I only shake hands with an enemy after one of those situations like you find in teen dramas when we've beaten each other up in a rainy schoolyard and all worn out. Remember that. I see. And to shake hands with you, Battler, I must create a fitting atmosphere in a suitable location, and we must exchange body language and sweet words that ring true to the heart. I will find a suitable opportunity to prepare such a location. I too love those kinds of situations, you know. Poo-coo-coo-coo. Laughing tauntingly, Ronove whispered that to Battler with his face so close that their noses were almost touching. Battler, his face turning red after getting so close to another of the same sex, pushed him away. You're a creepy bastard. I see, just right for Beato's butler. It is an honor to receive such words of praise. I am very confident in my tea brewing abilities, so please look forward to tea time. Baking cookies is one of my hobbies, so I encourage you to have high expectations for the tea cakes and such. Just what I would expect from a pair of the same gender. You started to get along well very quickly. I'm jealous. My. I apologize most humbly for making you jealous, milady. I will not stealthily snatch your guest away from you. Well then, I will leave for now to greet the rest of the furniture and inform them that I have retaken my post as head furniture. Please forgive my short absence. Only the common goats and the seven sisters used for the ritual have manifested themselves. You will be able to finish up greeting them with ease. Oh, those lively seven sisters are here. I wonder whether those naughty girls have grown a little more graceful. If that's graceful, I'd have to doubt the definition of graceful. Is that so? Seems that you have already enjoyed some playtime with the seven sisters. Judging by your expression, it seems that they are just as naughty as they were before, even though I am always telling them to act more fitting as a group of those who serve Beatrice. What troublesome kids. If that's your problem, don't worry. They actually act perfectly fitting for their master. You have started to grow some guts. However, to have a conversation is to acknowledge the person you are talking to. Now that you have started to respond to my idle chatting, that is proof that you are gradually starting to accept my existence. It's because even if the sun starts rising from the west, I will definitely never accept that you are a witch. Maybe if you start crying and kissing my shoes, I might be willing to have a more constructive discussion. Even if Batley was bluffing, he still spoke forcefully, a fearless expression on his face. The witch and her butler snickered together, realizing that their guest had regained more than enough of his willpower to take on a new game, and that the preparations were complete. After Ronove exchanged a few words with Beatrice, he bowed silently to Battler, scattered into gold butterflies, and disappeared. Okay. It is truly pleasing when everything gets so lively. How boring were those days when I was trapped alone on this island, unable to regain my power and without anyone to talk to. I get how that creepy-ass guy is really fitting as your butler, but tell me, why has that butler only appeared now? That's what I want to know. He said something about how only the goats and the seven steak chicks had manifested themselves. What did that mean? Yes. You still fight it, but I am a fully fledged witch. I am in contact with a good many non-human entities in the netherworld. I'm sure none of your contacts are halfway near decent. First some goat monsters, then those sexy-ass babes, and this time a demon butler showed up. I don't want to say it, but there better not be more and more of these weird guys to come. How much furniture do you think I have serving at my great golden mansion? How many demons do you think visit me there? They will keep coming. They will appear in any number. When the door to the Golden Land is opened, I will call back all of my furniture and build my new castle here on Rokkenjima. Then I plan to invite all of my old friends, and we will drink and dance together for 3 days and 3 nights. Is this her sabbat? I do plan to invite Kinzo's family, of course. You too, if you wish. So let me get this straight. Since you'd lost your power for a long time, you couldn't summon them. And your magic power has been recovering gradually, so you've become be able to summon more and more monsters. Is that what you're trying to say? It is as you say. You've managed to avoid taking that final step off the cliff. But your heart is already wavering, and you are unable to deny that I am a witch. So let's say, Okay. The wavering in your heart has slightly restored my power as a witch. So you're saying that creepy butler appeared because I started to surrender? That's right. Bit by bit you are surrendering to me. You submitted to me so much in the last game that you received all of that humiliation, did you not? Your back was truly pleasant for throwing my feet up on, I'll have you know. Damn it. I thought that as long as I didn't accept you I'd be able to keep on going, but it seems apparently I was mistaken. That's right. The closer you get to submitting, the more the game will swing in my favor. Isn't chess the same? In the process of cornering each other's kings, we've traded several pieces. It is true that I have yet to corner your king. However, you have your hands full just enabling your king to escape, and have lost several important pieces to me and conceded at a large advantage. It is only natural that further advances will lean in my favor. Damn. As we continue, you will probably still succeed in frantically avoiding my checkmates if nothing else. However, as you do, I will steal your important pieces from you one by one. In the end, you will have lost everything but your king, and you will receive a true checkmate, from which you will be denied any form of escape. Because yeah, if you kind of think about it, if the important pieces are the other people in the family, if you have the other people that would deny the witch, if she slowly removes them with each episode, so like, I don't know exactly who it would have been in the first episode, if anything it was just like to convince Battler that she was a piece on the board, or that she's running the board, then she removed Rosa, who might have been one of the people that would have been on my side, but now she's gone. And I think what she's saying is that if you imagine that if she goes piece by piece, and if you think about the other people of the family as other chess pieces, eventually if she captures all of them, but the king, then all she has to worry about is me, and there will be no choice but for me to lose. Because in these games where I'm losing, she's not actually trying to defeat me right now. She's defeating all of my other pieces. But you were talking big last time, weren't you? Something about how since you would never accept me, this would be eternal torture that would torment me. I'm trying to think, now how many chess pieces are there? Is it 18 or 20? Let me look. I think it's 20, isn't it? How many chess pieces? Oh, it's 16. Really? I thought it was 20 for some reason. No, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, no, I'm so stupid. Of course it's 8 per row. Because you have 8 pawns, and then you have 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops, king, queen. Okay, that's stupid of me. You were talking big last time, weren't you? Something about how since you would never accept me, this would be eternal torture that would torment me. Only witches who have reached the endless level can talk about eternity. You have never possessed that qualification. Okay. Kinzo has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden goal within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. So she's reading the letter, yeah. Tonight I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant, Beatrice the Golden. The real question is that different? I didn't mean to skip that. When Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her, everyone was at a loss for words for a while, and then they all broke the silence at once. Ridiculous. What a worthless, vicious prank. I agree wholeheartedly. There's no way the father would give up the head's ring. Beatrice? Ha. What a transparent prank, hoping that bringing up that name will have us running around like headless chickens. Come on. Who's the one behind this dessert packing a little too much punch? I'll applaud and admire you if you come clean now. Rosa? Of course not. I wouldn't pull a prank assuming father's name. Then Aneki. Aniki? Me? Don't be absurd. It was you, wasn't it? Only you could plan something this vulgar. Are you trying to mock me? I'm the one who wants to question you. Who is behind this ill-natured prank? Krause beat the table and stared at everyone. Since that included the children too, he scared them greatly. A letter from a mysterious person who claims to have been given full rights to father's assets. And if you think about how this family conference is all about discussing that, I think it's too hasty to call this just a prank. I wouldn't be so sure. It really might be one of father's vulgar pranks. He might have planned this to shock us a bit since we've been discussing the distribution of his inheritance without him. If Dad was the one who planned this, then we can't take what Maria just read out loud as a joke, right? Read aloud. That's right. If you interpret the contents literally, then this is a test from Father. The epitaph of the witch has been displayed in the hall for quite some time now, so that any one of us could solve it. There was plenty of notice, so he's saying that the first person to solve it will be handed the headship along with all of his wealth, right? See, our magic worked. Ridiculous, there's nothing of that sort. It is an unshakable fact that my husband will become the successor to the Ushirimiya family headship. This letter is the very thing that shakes it. This letter is a message from the person who has given full rights to all of Father's wealth. Nissan's right to become the head is returned to a blank slate. The person who solves the riddle becomes the head, but the person who finds Beatrice's gold will become the next head of the Ushirimiya family. Ludicrous. Are you going to trust the meaningless words in that letter? That the seal was the real thing, how can we possibly trust that? Let's try going to ask Father directly. We aren't at the level where you can get away with saying that his mood's bad or that he's not feeling well, you know? The sealed wax clearly shows this letter was from Father's representative. If you doubt that, then show some proof, Nissan. Prove that this letter is not an expression of Father's wishes. But very well. It is just as you say. It no longer matters whether Dad's in a good mood or not. Let's go up and ask him directly. Let's do it. We'll ask Dad directly. Dad is to blame too here. Why did he have to choose such a roundabout way? Well, that is a little like him. I wonder if it's alright to talk like that, taking it for granted that it is Father's letter. Stupid Rosa. Isn't it obviously Father's letter? That letter was Father's. Isn't it obvious that he's giving the four of us an even chance to become the successor? Idiot. Die, you useless woman. Jesus, Ava, chill. Rosa really is dumb. Why doesn't she just give up and die forever? I'm sorry. That's right. Damn, chill on Rosa, okay? I'm sorry. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the authenticity of the letter, but after just now realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for the three siblings other than Kraus in the struggle for the inheritance, Ava had changed her position and claimed that the letter was authentic. Now, I don't want to do the whole chessboard thinking memes, but if we were to think that if Beatrice was anybody, the one person that you would suspect that it wouldn't be would be Kraus. But wouldn't that be exactly what the person would want you to think? I don't want to fall into the trappings of this game, but Kraus is the only one of the siblings that doesn't benefit from this in any form or fashion. So, Rudolph and Rosa also realized that and agreed. Good gracious, how could adults like you take such a worthless prank like this seriously? Even though I am not Father, I understand well his exasperation. Whoa, Natsuhi. Won't everything be fine if we just ask Father? Everything will be fine if Father simply mentions that he doesn't know about the letter. Nissan, take responsibility and just get him to say that he doesn't know about the letter. This isn't a time to get scared just because he's in a bad mood, you know. He'll still get scared of Father at his age. What an idiot. Why doesn't he just give up and die forever? Right. Let's get the situation painted in black and white. He's probably eating in his study right now. I think it's time we had him rest his chopsticks for a moment. I mean, he's in a Western mansion, wouldn't he be using like a fork and a knife? Isn't that kind of his whole thing? It's decided. Let's go. Hiri, wait here for a while. We'll go check whether it's true or not and come back quickly. Thank you. I'll wait patiently for Goto to bring the dessert. The four siblings, Natsuhi and Hideyoshi, all stood up from their seats forcefully and flew out into the hallway with a clatter. Afterwards, the only ones left were the children, stunned completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable, and Kiri, shrugging her shoulders. Okay. Maria, who'd been at the center of all this turmoil, looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full significance of what she just had just read out. What in the world was that all about? I don't freaking get it. Shitheads, every last one of them. Do they really want the inheritance that much? Everyone, this is our parents' problem. It has nothing to do with us. So you mustn't worry about it. Yeah, if it only was that easy. Or if only it was that easy. They were so blatantly... I thought they were better than this, showing off their greed. Everyone has to believe together we'll be happy. That's right. We all did promise. Come on, Battler, Jessica, you too. Huh. I feel like crap. We couldn't accept it all, but we laid down our arms for the time being. I think it was at all. We had known vaguely how filthy the family conference was going to be this time. However, after that 6-year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. Seeing that the children were completely dejected, Dr. Nanjo cleared his throat uncomfortably. It's an adult discussion. It has nothing to do with all of you young people. Let us forget about it. I would if I could, okay? I know that it's hard on you, but please forget it for now, for their sakes. All of your parents are fighting frantically to make your futures just a little brighter. Please don't look at your injured parents with those cold eyes when they come back. Even on your request, Kiri. That's a hard one. If we could be that cut and dried about it, I didn't mean to skip that, we wouldn't be kids in the first place. Everyone happy. Can't get dark. Believe. Unless we all believe we can be happy, the happiness will get away. We all have to believe. That sounds good. I'll believe too. We can be happy. Auntie Kiri, thank you. Battler and Jessica, you believe too. Beatrice is always saying that magic won't have any power if you don't believe. Kiri rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria and crouched down so that their eyes met. I have a funny feeling this might be a reveal with Kiri knowing more. Again, the fact that Kiri could see Beatrice in the last chapter, I'm starting to get real funky feelings that only people that were like in tune with magic could see her. So we're going to see if we're going to get like a mask off from Kiri here. Especially notice that Kiri has been one of the only people that has been killed in the first 6 both times. Same with Rudolph. You believed, Auntie Kiri. Now Battler and Jessica have to believe. They're both strong people. They'll feel better soon and do that for you. Yeah. More importantly, I want you to tell me. When Kiri said that, Jessica, George, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents' minds had been filled by thoughts of grandfather and the inheritance problem, but we wanted to ask Maria about something simpler. What? Who gave you that letter, Maria? Beatrice. The witch drawn in that portrait? She gave me this letter and an umbrella, and she used magic to fix my rose that was broken. Beatrice is an awesome witch who can do anything. Could you tell us about it in a bit more detail? Don't you fucking cut me off here. You fucker. Okay. Well, like I said... Okay, it only went forward like half an hour. The Witch's Written Challenge. Okay, we're calling it here. I know this is a little bit shorter than the other streams, but I do want to call it because I'm getting a little bit of a headache and I'm a little bit tired and I want to, try to somewhat fix my sleep schedule. I appreciate if anybody stopped by. I'll try to get this onto YouTube as quick as possible. And, yeah. This is a good... I'm vibing with this episode real fucking hard right now. A lot of big theories going on. But, yeah. We will see what's going on. I hope for once that Kiri doesn't get clapped at the beginning of this episode. But... Or I shouldn't say beginning, but in the first set of killings. We'll see.